Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oiran from Mialuna. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Fall in Love Festival. Today we are going to be trying out Taisho Taisho Romance Theater by Sweet Some Studio. Yippee! Yippee! That's ridiculous, unless I know, right? Just a little bit crazy, but indeed, that is the plan. That is that is the truth. That is in fact correct. But yeah, we're gonna be trying Taisho Romance Theater. I'm a big fan of the Taisho era aesthetically. I really like the vibes. You will notice that today I put 2 of the more traditional Japanese theme games next to each other. Because they are 2 things that fit my aesthetic pretty well and are also, you know, romantic visual novels. So they're already also kind of my aesthetic, but I do really like the Taisho era style and vibes. Okay, so this warning popped up and I decided that I would leave it on screen. Just so we kind of know what we're going to be getting into. I'm fine with the actual content, like this part I'm okay with. The problem for me is the exposed entrails and gore. So I will be not leaving that on, but for the people that are into that kind of thing, it is in this game. But I will read this out loud, just so people are aware of like all of the content warnings. Not Hakuruo, thank you for subscribing at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you. Right before dinner time, yeah, it's gonna still be like, I'm guessing the written descriptions are still gonna be pretty intense, but I'm turning off the visuals personally. Because I can't do it. I don't know if that's bonkable material. If you flag it on Twitch, it should allow it. I might have to turn on the warning, even if it's just for the description. I think it's more so graphic depictions it wants you to label. Let me check. Simulations or depictions of realistic violence, gore, extreme injury, or death. So like how bad? So like how bad are we talking? I can't flag it as a mature title, which I guess means that it's not rated M. But it apparently does get intense? So I don't know. I guess I'll leave it for now and we'll see what happens. Random, thank you for resubscribing as part of tier 1. Thank you. Fair to turn off? Yes. I would agree. Oh my gosh, a hype train too. My goodness. But yeah, I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn it off. I don't want to see it. I'm a little baby. I'm a little baby man. So I don't want to do it. But anyway, let me actually read the warning so you guys kind of know the general gist of the content, and then I will be turning the realistic gore off. Well, not realistic, but like the art that features the gore. I will ask that to be censored. Because I'm baby. But if you are interested, I've pinned the links to both the listing on Steam and also on itch. I was actually specifically requested by the Oh. Random, thank you for gifting 5 community subs. Thank you. If you are here and you happen to get a gift sub, make sure to thank Random for giving you gift sub. That means we completed level 1 of the hype train and level 2, so now it started level 3. Crazy. Anyway. What was I saying? Right. The devs specifically asked that I include the itch.io link as well, because due to the ongoing issues of censorship on Steam and itch, they have been forced to delist a lot of games that have mature content. Anything that's considered like not super say-so has been like forcibly delisted. But one of the best ways to combat delisting on itch is to click the direct link to a game. So the devs have kindly requested that, if possible, they would prefer everybody clicking the link to the game via itch.io. But you can still wishlist it on Steam as part of the event. This and 200 plus other titles are available on the Steam category for the Fall in Love Festival. Hashtag Fall in Love Festival on Twitter and other social media. There are 200 plus titles that have to do with romance and visual novels that are part of this event. I absolutely consider you check it out. You might find something that's right up your alley that also happens to have a romantic dating aspect. But okay, let me actually read this thing. The viewpoints of the characters do not represent the author's stance. This story is purely fictional and is not related to any real persons, events, or organizations. This demo contains mild blood, grotesque, violent, and horror elements, along with content that may be disturbing to some. If you feel uncomfortable while playing, please exit the game immediately. Certain scenes in the game feature grotesque imagery, including exposed entrails and similar content. Please choose below whether this type of content will be displayed. The setting can be changed at any time via the Audience Advisory or Prefs menu. Please adjust according to your personal preference and level of comfort. Note, if you change this setting during gameplay, you'll need to roll back to the start of the affected scene in order to view updated visuals. So yeah, you can change it if you want, like, mid-game, but... which is kind of useful, but anyways, no grotesque, please. Let me go to the preferences and adjust some volume stuff. This is already kind of funky, like, interface-wise. I like my text speed fast, so I always max it. Okay, gore is off. Language English. I don't think I need to adjust anything else here. I probably won't really be utilizing, like, skip or auto or anything like that. Yuno speed reader Hanaki. Yeah, it's because if I don't, the text comes in just too slowly, and I get annoyed. I get annoyed, it pisses me off. Usually when you put the text speed to max, it just means all of it's there in one line. Which is also a lot easier for reading out loud, because then I don't have to wait for the rest of the text to appear. It just makes more sense to do it this way. Actually, let me fix the music a little bit again. I don't know how loud it's going to actually get during the proper game, so I guess we'll find out. But no, I really like the stylization of this, this main menu. It's cool that they've really made it feel like you're like in the theater and you're like looking at all the different like theater pamphlets and stuff. Yeah. That's fun. Okay. I suppose since we are ready now, let us lock in. I think I might be dreaming. A warm, soft darkness wraps around me. In the boundless distance, specks of light glimmer like emeralds. I drift in this amniotic blackness, which bathes my bare eyes, ears, nose, and mouth in bliss. As that brilliant jade hue engulfs my body, the stars begin to blink in unison. And from the furthest depths from within me, from such an intimate darkness, rises a chorus of sighs, so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Oh, good emote that we got on the hype train. Look at that rat grab. Me when I frickin' get you. That's a good emote for us to get. Ah. Here you are. Something brushes gently against my cheek, delicate as a feather. It stirs a breath of air that leaves ripples in my vision. These breathing noises are a little scary. But bear eyes? Why you got bear eyes, brother? Even smaller than I thought. So it's been this long. I want to open my mouth to ask whose voice this is. But what reaches my senses even before the voice is a taste. Bitter and impossible to describe. Why can't I remember your name no matter how hard I try? At some point, I'm not sure when, that feather-like sensation gently settled over my face. Why are you making that face? That's not like you at all. Well, I'd like to gaze at you a little more, but this place is not for you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Kotori Sakuma. Next time we meet, don't forget me. Gasp. Yeah. Hand holding right off the bat? Yeah, but we don't even know who that was. Who were you holding hands with? God? Kotori? My head hurts. Who's calling me? Ugh. Are you alright? Come on, wake up. A voice tinged with concern. Someone gently shaking my shoulder. I pry my eyes open. The familiar interior of the car swims into view. And so does Kazuya, his face taut with worry. This hairstyle is real funky on our protagonist or on Kazuya. Either way, they're very normal anime hairstyles to me. Like, I've probably seen a VTuber with this hairstyle, and I've definitely seen VTubers with this. Oh no, he's cute? Yeah, true. Kazuya already wins cute boy status. Look at this baby. Is this the childhood friend? I might be locking in if true. Thoughts and memories fall back into place. The din outside seeps through the windows as the car speeds along a road lined with gas street lamps. We're on the way to our new residence in Ginza. The troop leader, Kazuya, seems intent on settling down in Tokyo this time. No, I'm fine. I guess I just overslept. I couldn't wake you up at all. Were you having a nightmare? My body is still sluggish from sleep, and cold, clammy sweat clings to my skin. In the car window, I see my reflection, haggard and drawn. Maybe I did dream of something, but no matter how I try, I can't dredge up the faintest memory of it. I glance at Kazuya. Anxiety is still written all over his face. He's been so pale lately. For a moment, I can't tell which one of us looks more like they've just had a nightmare. I'd better not worry him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. What about you? You didn't get any rest either. You look even worse than me. You were tossing and turning in your sleep. I thought you were having another flare-up. As long as you're fine now, that's all that matters. It's been a whole year. We can't expect everything to be like it was back then. The flare-ups. That's a long story. We were supposed to arrive in Tokyo a year ago to begin our tour. But maybe that's how accidents are, with no rhyme or reason. Something happened to our train that day, and I hit my head during the accident, so I can't recall much from before. Oh no, he's already got memory loss, and now he has constant fragora of dreams. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Unreliable narrator. He doesn't have any memories. By some stroke of luck, no one else in the troop was seriously injured. Only I was knocked unconscious for quite a while, leaving me with headaches that come and go. Since then, Kazuya has gotten overly worried about me. His own health has been getting worse too, though he's still in good spirits. Now why is he sick? Not Hakuruo. Thank you for following. I can't believe you subscribed before following, but thank you. Appreciated. Just like Hatsuyuki. She claims it's only from the shock. Whenever I say to take it easy or get some rest, she either doesn't answer or changes the subject. Well, I'll get some proper rest once the premiere is over. Things are fine for now. Thank you for caring so much about me. Anyway, Tokyo seems to have changed again. Did the tracks run this far out last time? It's quite the sight. How does it feel to be back after so long? Kazuya's words leave me at a loss. Everyone says I grew up in Tokyo, but I have only the most fleeting impression of this vast city. Also, this might be a problem with all big cities, but everything here just feels suffocating. The buildings, the railway lines, the bustling throngs. Do I really fit in here? What was that? Nothing. Well, if you really want to know, I'm just a bit worried. Why this all of a sudden? We can't possibly be the only troupe in Tokyo, can we? So that's what's bothering you. It'll be fine. With you and Hatsuyuki here, all we need is to keep doing what we've done during the tours. But I suppose it's good that you're so nervous. Who's nervous? All right, have it your way. Well, Hamado-sensei gave me the script a couple of days ago. Want to go over it together tonight? Hamado-sensei came back? Hamado-sensei is a playwright on good terms with Kazuya. Kazuya has always held them in high regard and entrusted them with the script this time. Although Hamado-sensei is technically a member of the troupe too, they've always been elusive. I haven't seen them a single time in almost a week on the road. I thought we'd be waiting a while longer. You mean it's just that no one told me? Sorry. I was planning to tell you once we got settled since we've been on the go lately. Rest has to come first. Nihonbashi. We're almost there. Not this again. Fine, I'll let you off this time. So this is Ginza. The closer we get to Ginza, the more I can sense Tokyo's opulence. My only real impression is of the crowds, but here at least, the extreme value of every square foot of land is almost tangible. Living in a place like this... Kazuya said we have an investor's backing, but I still can't help feeling uneasy. Not to mention the car rental fee. We used to pinch pennies to make ends meet. My thoughts drift further and further away, and by the time I regain my focus, Kazuya has already moved on to another topic. You seem like waifu material? No. I'm not. But, thanks, I guess. Oh, did I ever tell you about where we'll be staying? Sorry, what? Apart from mentioning it's in Ginza, he's never brought it up. It must have slipped his mind with everything going on. The house we're staying in. Half the ground floor is rented out to a cafe. I hear it's quite a popular spot. Though coffee isn't really a novelty in Tokyo anymore, their fresh fruit ice cream is one of a kind. I remember you and Hatsuyuki loved this back in school, and you were the only ones who could afford it. I almost say, isn't it kind of weird eating cold treats in winter? But the look on Kazuya's face somehow stops the words in my throat. Yu-chan is girlfriend material? Meanwhile, YouTube chat says Yu-chan is waifu material for Limbo Fitzgerald Bustafellows. The two different sides. Also, he is not based for this opinion. You should always eat cold treats in winter. If anything, that makes them better. Winter ice cream, that's what I'm saying! Winter ice cream slaps. It's like he's lost in memories. Huh. Maybe I really did love those little treats back then. I'll give it a try if I get the chance. Well, he's still got some way to go. Anything else on your mind? The illusion of choice. Tell me more about the old days. Hmm? Why the sudden interest? Where to begin? I guess I'll start with how things were before the troupe came together. We first met in Sasaki-sensei's piano class. You always had that stony face, looking so glum. I couldn't really hold a conversation, so Hatsuyuki tried every trick to make you smile. We found out you liked ice cream only because she dragged you to try out the nearby cafe. You barely said a word, but you sure weren't shy with the food, so... Then you blurted something out, which is how we learned that you just thought it was so cool. Boy named Kazuya reminds me of Rent-A-Girlfriend. I guess? Him? Are you sure? I guess. Hey. As much as I'd love to shoot this down, that does sound like the kind of thing I'd do. He's like, damn it, I guess you're right. Judging from Kazuya's expression, he could keep going. No, I don't think that'll go well. This... Let's leave it at that. Anything else? How have you two been lately? You and Hatsuyuki both look so worn out every day, and your mind's always wandering. You two aren't keeping anything from me, are you? No, why would we? I haven't even said anything and you're getting all worked up. Sorry, I just what? I was teasing you earlier, but the truth is, I also... And, well, we've had so many delays getting to Tokyo. I didn't want to bring down the morale. Kazuya forces a smile, but it seems rather strained. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you like that. But you know you can talk to me about these things. Yes, I know you worry about me too. Thank you. I can tell you have more questions, don't you? What's the script about? Hamado-sensei said it's based on your... Right, you don't remember. You once brought back a manuscript of an old play from quite a long time ago. Hamado-sensei took a look at it and said it was very inspiring. Apparently this new script was influenced by it. I brought that? Yes, but that was ages ago, back when the troupe was just getting started. Later you gave the manuscript to Hamado-sensei. If you want it back, I'll ask them for it when they return. Kazuya... Sometimes I think he really takes things too seriously. It's fine, no need to bother. As we speak, the car makes a turn past a cafe sign. It veers away from the bright, bustling main street and comes to a stop in a narrow alley. All that glitter and clamor vanishes abruptly, along with the words I meant to say. The alley is deserted, but neatly swept. The space before the doorway is lit by the dim glow of a yellow lamp. The cars carrying the other members are already parked up ahead, and people are moving back and forth with luggage. Alright, let's go. I didn't even notice Kazuya getting out. The coat draped over his arm adds to his gentlemanly air as he opens the car door on my side. Wow, he's opening the door for me? Oh my gosh, crazy. You... Never mind. Ugh, it's cold. Woo! You already have a cutscene. Get a look at the CG. Get a look at that. I did not realize that we were the short king in comparison to Kazuya, but Kazuya's got that pretty boy look on lock. Okay, slay. Work, 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 work. Short just like you. Not that short. After so long inside the warm car, it slipped my mind how biting the wind would be. I hurriedly scramble back to grab my jacket, but Kazuya beats me to it. He shakes out the coat he's holding and wraps it around me. He buttons my collar, takes a step back and looks me over head to toe, then nods in seeming satisfaction. Geronimo, thank you for the follow! Welcome in, welcome in. There we go. His faint scent of alcohol and antiseptic is now more noticeable than ever. The chilly air still brushes against my exposed skin, but for some reason I feel as if I'm burning up instead. I'll go in first. Ah! I'm trying to shake off this odd atmosphere, but as I hastily barge ahead, I forget to pay attention to my surroundings. Before I know it, I've crashed headlong into a young man. Kazuya is tall. I thought he would be small. Right, he looks like he'd be so small-coated. But instead, Kotori is the small one. Oh, his eyes. Yeah, they're very green. It's not the pain that hits first, but a strange, cloyingly sweet smell, like rotting fruit. Sorry, wasn't watching where I was going. Are you alright, Sakuma-san? Kotori, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry about that. I'm just glad you're okay. Let me carry those up for you. Silly. Time for a break. At last. After unpacking the last suitcase, I've got no energy left for etiquette. I collapse onto the sofa, utterly spent. Leaning against the soft cushion, I stare blankly at the ceiling light for a while, until I feel myself gradually reviving. Bro, me. Too much exertion, I gotta stare at a wall. I gotta stare at a wall and collect myself for a little while. And the gifts I brought. Gifts with the Polonia seals. There's still a jumbled heap in the corner. The Polonia seals on the wrapping gleam under the light. I receive these gifts every month. I practically have the pattern memorized down to the last detail, but they leave me inexplicably irritated. To be honest, I have no clue who's been sending them, but Kazuya told me they've been arriving backstage ever since my debut performances. Always stamped with the same Polonia seals. It's most likely some young master or lady from a distinguished family, since they get to use an emblem. But their taste is unfathomable. Most of the gifts just end up collecting dust. Come on, man, at least open them, especially if they're coming from a rich person. Yeah, their taste might be weird. But also expensive items means that they could sell well expensively. You gotta think strategically. Look at the time. Kazuya's probably waiting at the rehearsal room by now. Forget it, I'll deal with this stuff later. Would you... Hello? My hair's fine. Hmm? I turn to glance behind me. It's empty. Nothing there at all. Was there supposed to be something there? Was there supposed to be something there? One fear. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Scooby. Scary crisis time. Was that just my imagination? Why am I getting so paranoid? Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Hey, been waiting long? Not at all. Oh, he's so cute. Really, wouldn't it be better to take a break tonight instead? I reflexively touch my face. Kazuya notices and can't help but laugh. Don't worry, you haven't got eye bags. Here's the script. Why don't you take a look first? He hands me a stack of neatly bound papers, the cover entirely blank. Got any rice? Oh my, Takumi-sama, you've come at an unfortunate time. The aged rice is long gone. All that is left is the grain from the new harvest. Not a single bag? Not a single bag. If you want some, you'll have to come earlier tomorrow. And ready your purse, for the price has risen by 1 sen. Fine, fine. I've still got dried fish at home. A change is good for the appetite. It's no big deal. I'm off. No need to see me out. Take care, sir. Penniless wretch. How long will radish leaves and dried fish fill your stomach? Ahem. Sensei, you're getting distracted again. My apologies. You seemed down lately. Because of the unpaid wages? You're still a student. You needn't worry about these things. I'll be here for class, no matter what. No, I'm not thinking about school. It's just that I saw a job advertisement the other day for a newspaper. I was thinking, you write such fine essays, Sensei. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try, don't you think? And it pays so well. But it's been years since I... That doesn't matter, Sensei. There are lots of students eager to try their luck and in urgent need of your guidance. I'm out of firewood. The rice, too. Where do these rats come from? Not a grain spared. And there's still the rent. Is it true? With no money, is there no hope? At least this pen can still write. In late spring, as warmth swiftly returns to the land, I receive an invitation from an old friend. And thus I journey to a temple within the mountains to behold the weeping cherry in full bloom. How have you been? He inquires of me. Perhaps due to the heady wine or the petals that float within my cup, I find myself wholly intoxicated. The deepest truths of my soul, it seems, can only be spoken amidst such sweet scenery. Wait, why is it cut off? Kazuya doesn't seem surprised. Maybe it's a misprint? Never mind, I'll improvise for now. I say, never did I think the pursuit of happiness would be so exhausting. Whoa, what? What the fricky? Wait, what? As soon as I speak that line, the remaining text is swept away by some unseen force. In its place, black lines writhe and squirm across the page, weaving themselves into new words faster than I can blink. My blood feels like it's boiling, surging through my veins, searing my throat. The pain blazes like I'm swallowing flames, as if raw flesh is being torn from my mouth to feed those growing black lines. My mind goes blank. When I manage to come to and flip ahead a few pages, the text has settled into a coherent story. There's no remaining trace of the distortion from before. The script is haunted! Script's haunted! Toss it in a fire! Script's haunted! Oh my gosh, that's weird! That's so weird! Kazuya, why are you not bothered by this? My friend's face is steeped in the glow of dusk, and a faint memory stirs. No, that's not how it goes. My eyes are fine. Am I haunted or something? A dull ache blooms in my head. My temples draw tight, pounding. Those black marks imprinted on my retina still twitch spasmodically in the corners of my vision. But as soon as I focus my gaze, they turn into perfectly ordinary blocks of type, lying completely still. It's as if this is how they've always been. As if everything I just saw was a mere illusion. My dazed look must be too obvious. Kazuya puts down his script with that mix of confusion and concern back on his face. Is that all for today? My eyes kind of hurt. Sorry, I've crumpled the pages. You'd better take a break first. It's my fault. I should have made sure you got enough rest before talking about the script. I'll bring you a new copy when you're feeling better, alright? I really don't want Kazuya worrying about me. Before I know it, a lie comes rolling off my tongue to cover things up. Forget it. It's better to have him think I'm tired than to have him know I might be losing my mind. Kotori? Thanks. That sounds good. But I still need to read the script. Can I borrow yours for now? As the cold water splashes my face, there's a belated flare of pain in my forehead. Kazuya's copy of the script is also the altered version, but he wouldn't joke around like this, and he couldn't possibly be in cahoots with me to trick myself. Everything seems as though it's always been this way. And that thing I saw in the mirror, what is going on? What did you see in the mirror? I didn't catch it! I'm gonna have to rewatch the frickin' VOD, because what the helly? Looks like curses and hauntings might not just be flights of fancy after all. Oh, Kotori. Huh? Hey, superstar, you don't look so good. Has Kazuya been giving you a hard time? Hatsuyuki. Only the sound of that familiar voice makes me realize I've been in a trance here for who knows how long. Oh no, they're cute too. Yeah, this is a cutie. This is a cutie. The troupe's leading actress blinks at me. She's standing before me, her green eyes as vivid as two emeralds against her pallid skin, their gaze locked unwaveringly on my face. When did you get here? No, wait, did you get any rest? Look at her just default keyed up. That's a baby girl. Long white hair, white-haired icon. Such a cutie. When? Oh, I guess around the time a certain Kotori was spacing out and his stomach started growling. Growling? Alright, let's go grab a bite to eat. You can't sleep on an empty stomach. Just think of it as keeping me company, okay? Hatsuyuki takes my hand and pulls me off the sofa with a gentle tug, like a snare closing around a fledgling. Her hand is so cold, but her eyes stay fixed on me, narrowed slightly at the corners. Like a cat, or a bird, or a fox, or some other sharp and sly creature waiting for my response. I can't recall exactly how close we used to be, as classmates and friends. Despite that, I think I could lose my memory all over again and still be helpless to refuse her. How about the cafe next door? Shall we? She's so cute. The cafe's fireplace is lit. We're here right at dinner time. The air is rich with warmth and the aroma of food, perfect for soothing strained nerves. It's been a while since we last shared a meal. Thinking about it, as I nestle into a soft armchair in the corner, that feels like a lifetime ago. Hatsuyuki calls the server over for the menu. While I flip through it, she props her chin on her hand, staring straight at me. I give in, closing the menu and raising it to shield my face. I think I hear her laugh. The sound drifts across the table and winds its way into my ears. I'll have soda water and a sandwich, thanks. What about you? Me? This one, I guess. There's a rustle from her side, then the menu is plucked from my hands. Hatsuyuki stacks the two hefty folders together and passes them to the waiting server. I like how we get her specific order and then he just says, this one. Thank you, Kotori. That really narrows it down. Soda water and a sandwich. What a girl meal. Hey, at least she's eating a sandwich. If it was a true girl dinner, it would just be a pile of snacks on a plate. Be happy she's eating something kind of filling like a sandwich. The soda water is questionable, however. Once the server is gone, her gaze returns to me, her expression abruptly serious. All right, enough of that. What's with you today? You seem so out of it. You're giving me a real scare. I'm not like Kazuya. I won't just let you get away with an I'm fine. Her tone is light, but I know that she means it. There's no bluffing my way out from under that gaze. Not today. I'm not sure where to start. Then start from... arriving in Tokyo. How about that? If you say so. With Hatsuyuki's gentle eyes trained on me, a feeling slowly stirs. The sense that it might not be too bad to talk about this after all. When I finish my last sentence, Hatsuyuki is still watching me, silent and solemn. After a while, she smiles. There's something a little uncanny about it. Had any dreams lately? When I fell asleep in the car, I think I dreamed about something really important, but I can't remember what it was. Let me think. I'm sure you've heard all sorts of Japanese legends about gods and spirits, haven't you? There are more deities up in Takamagahara than there are grains of rice in a vat. Wait, are you serious? Since your surname is Sakuma, I'd say that's the most likely possibility. Here, hold up your hand. Block the light for me. What's Sakuma got to do with it? Even as I think this to myself, I'm already reaching out to enfold her small, cold hand in mine. That odd flowing sensation revives within me, a restless current which seems to be drawn towards something, but without the searing pain from before. Oh. In Hatsuyuki's hand, specks of light emerge from nowhere. They flicker briefly, and as if needed by an invisible force, they condense into a little bird that glows with faint blue light. Hello? Magic user? Magic channeler? The young bird's downy gray feathers graze against my fingertip, leaving an airy wisp of warmth. Just making a duckling out of light, just casually making a bird, as you do. It perches on Hatsuyuki's palm, head cocked to the side, looking very much like a duck. Is that a swan? When I finally managed to stutter out those words, Hatsuyuki burst into uncontrollable laughter, her shoulders heaving with mirth. In the blink of an eye, the little bird dissolves back into specks of light and fades with her chuckle. It's a duck. Just a duck. But the point is, that's how it feels, isn't it? Something is about to burst out from within you and you have strange visions. Yes. Right. Well, you've still got some time before the food comes, so I'll tell you a thing or two. What you bear is an inborn talent. The gods generously bestow their dregs upon the lucky few, and so we gain a sliver of power. Power that was never truly ours to wield. Who can say if it's a blessing or a curse? But it invariably grants us some special abilities. And of course, it's passed down through the bloodline. That part isn't great. I'm not sure what exact terminology is used in Japan, but anyway, just think of it as sorcery on Myodo or Shinto magic. That sort of thing. According to most, let's call them mages. According to most mages, there are two kinds of magic. One kind can be wielded by mages through study, though it still involves some simple rituals. The other is a unique magic, born from the fusion of oneself with these dregs. It's known as a talent. Even within a single family, no two people share the same talent. I don't know what your talent is, but it's best to keep that to yourself. And that's because most mages have a strict taboo against magic that deals with the soul, or life and death. If everyone were to treat life and death so carelessly, the world would be thrown into chaos. This kind of magic also takes a tremendous toll on the body. My point is, keep your secrets, even from me. If the burden upon the body, or here... Hatsuyuki lifts a hand and taps her temple. Becomes too great, a mage's flesh will gradually mutate into a more primitive state until they transform into a monster, mindless and deathless. Most call this process reversion, and so far there seems to be no way to undo it. Damn. Shares my secrets with her. No, don't do that. She specifically told you not to. You're so bad at listening. You mentioned earlier that I'm named Sakuma, so that's why you brought it up? Just like I carry the name... Oh my gosh, okay. Just like I carry the name Baryakinskaya, the Sakuma family is renowned in Japan too, after all. The whiplash with the cheery music. Yeah, we had the, like, serious piano, and now we're just, like, jaunty cafe tune. When we first met, you were just an ordinary person. I never expected it to turn out like this. Maybe it was that accident. I failed to protect everyone. Hatsuyuki's voice gradually lowers and her expression clouds. Her fingers twist together. Accidents can't be predicted. That's just how they are. The waiter arrives at the tray and starts to arrange the dishes before us. Only then does this transient space of ours awaken from its heavy silence. The sandwich exudes just the right amount of heat, and the wheat and aroma of the toast mingles evenly with the fragrance of the scrambled eggs and steak. Combined with the lettuce sprinkled with sauce, it all sparks a rare thought within me. It seems worth a try. Before Hatsuyuki sits a plate of cognac drizzled with black syrup. She frowns as she struggles to swallow an entire piece. She once said that she hates this sort of thing since it's like biting into a limp and slimy slug. I might be making my doubts too apparent. After catching her breath with a gulp of lemonade, Hatsuyuki begins to speak, uncharacteristically hesitant. Is she just eating an entirely new order? Because she ordered soda water and a sandwich, right? Why does she have lemonade and a cognac that she doesn't like to eat? Why is her order just suddenly completely different? Or am I tripping? What? Don't give me that look. I need to keep in shape these days. I don't want to have to adjust my costume later. Something is afoot. Well, I've already said that we kind of have an unreliable narrator, so it makes sense. Did we jump universes? Is that what his power is? Can he jump universes? I don't understand. How do you like the food here? Well, my tongue's having a pretty good time. Is that so? Good. Oh, right. Tomorrow, do you want to go check out the theater Kazuya booked for our performance? We can try getting up on stage. Who knows? It might help set the mood. And satisfy curiosity? And satisfy my curiosity. I'm still drinking my soda as Hatsuyuki forces down the plate of cognac, settles the bill, and thrusts her hand out the door to catch the falling snowflakes. She's always had impeccable table manners. That cognac must have really put her off. I pull on my coat, doing up the buttons as I pass through the motley crowd loitering in the cafe, until a strangely familiar figure brings my feet to a standstill. It's a girl clad in an ornate gown, expressionlessly sipping her drink. The red and gold flare of her skirt reminds me of a fish gliding through dark water. New woman announced? Strange way to say something tastes good. I believe the game was originally written in Chinese, and then it's been translated into Japanese and English. So maybe that's a Chinese idiom that got translated a little weird. Her table is laden with dishes, and a maid stands next to her, slicing the food. The girl's back remains fastidiously straight. Even her spoon swirls through the coffee without a sound. Did the orders get swapped? We're drinking the soda. Did they? He didn't mention anything about eating a sandwich, though. He was looking at, like, steak and eggs and toast. I don't know, weird. It's femme us. That's true. They look very similar. I wonder if this is supposed to be a sister. Sibling? Cousin? But when those golden eyes turn in my direction, a shiver runs through me, like a serpent just clamped down on my neck. Snapping back to myself, I flee. I shove open the cafe door and put its bulk between me and her gaze. What's up? Why the rush? Nothing. We should get back. Hatsuyuki saunters down the street with me in tow. The sky has darkened, and a thin layer of snow carpets the ground, already melting in the warm air issuing from the storefronts, and then freezing again to form slick ice beneath our feet. Round the corner, a simple udon stall sits at the mouth of the alley. The rich scent of oil and soy sauce bubbles forth. It brings some touch of life to the otherwise deserted alleyway. Even from this distance, I can hear the drunken hubbub at the stall. Chief, can you keep it down? What? So that bastard can dump this hot potato in my lap and I can't say a damn thing about it? How's this even supposed to work? He claims he's got no connections, so he thinks I've got enough to deal with that old fox's tricks. But you don't have any other choice. Shibata-kun, as soon as something comes up, you're always cringing with your tail between your legs. Knock it off! Though it's not like I can handle this either. Ugh, tell me, what the hell does he want from us? The kid refuses to go home. What am I supposed to do? Break his legs and drag him back? What a shit show. Guess I've just gotta put up with it. Chief, please, that's enough. Huh? The inebriated woman suddenly swivels, like she has eyes in the back of her head, and shoots a glance right at us. Then she gives the young man next to her a hard smack on the shoulder. Ow! Chief! Huh. Whatever, just eat your noodles. By the time we skirt around those two drunkards and make our way back to the lodgings, night is fully descended. Ahead of me, Hatsuyuki quietly nudges the door ajar. Then, like a squirrel, she slips through the narrow gap. Warm air billows out from within, and a faint tingling ache slowly returns to my cheeks, numb from the cold wind. It's pitch black indoors. I can hear scattered rustling sounds. Huh. Why are the lights all out? Hatsuyuki and I are back. Where is everyone? 1, 2... What? Whoa! Welcome home, Sakuma-kun! Aw, look at the squad. Cuties. Golden flakes and colorful ribbons cascade from above, accompanied by the clicking of a light switch. Troop members pop out of hiding in every corner of the first floor, like mushrooms after rain, their hands still dusted with flecks of gold. Seizing the moment, Hatsuyuki swiftly wraps her arm around my shoulders, leaving me no chance to dodge the ensuing flurry of embraces. You guys, what's going on here? Of course, we're celebrating the grand finale of our Emerald Eye Troop's national tour, Tokyo! Sure, we ran into some delays this year and didn't get to schedule any shows, but from Kyoto to Nagoya to Osaka to Tokyo... Oh, and all those little towns in between. We've been going strong for 2 whole years. It's been rough. Aburatani-kun and I spent the whole day unpacking and settling in before we could even think about pulling this off. And wow, our costumes won't even fit inside 2 huge wardrobes now. Who would have thought? Everything from Moliere to Shakespeare, but we didn't notice at the time. It's only when you start taking stock of all the costumes and props that it really hits you. And there's more. Oh, right! We're also celebrating that The Fool's Feast has already sold... how many tickets was it again? It's a full house. 800 seats, plus the VIP boxes on the balcony. That's right! On opening night! Even after laying low for nearly a year, people still remember us. Naniwa's vibrant voice practically drills through my eardrums into my skull. I curse myself for not having 2 extra hands to shield my ears against the onslaught of sound waves. My man said, "Brother, your enthusiasm makes me want to die. Shut up!" He's so mean. I wish I had another set of arms so I could stop fucking listening to your voice. Crazy work. Enough of that. And there seem to be loyal fans of the troupe visiting from elsewhere. They've come all this way just to see this performance. It's all thanks to our leader and everyone. And of course, Sakuma-kun especially. Or else we wouldn't be doing this well. Guys, that's enough. He's dying, look at him. He's like, stop. Stop it. Oh, what's the matter? Could it be... our hotshot leading man who sells out entire theaters is shy about being so popular? Don't you join in too? But of course, who can resist this awkward look of Kotori's? When he's obviously over the moon but thinks it's uncool to get excited about compliments. Hatsuyuki lays bare my exact thoughts with a grin, and as Kazuya and the others laugh, the heat rising to my face might be enough to steam me alive. Alright, my cake is ready. I'm not late, am I? You're all in such a good mood. What are you chatting about? Mieko-san, you've gotten into Western desserts now on top of all the Japanese cooking? Since when? This cake, it can't be. I learned from the cafe owner next door. A celebration needs something special. You like this flavor, don't you? Before you get into that, Matsuo-kun's sneaking a bite. I saw him. Huh? Well, I'm just sampling the flavor. It came out great. You guys, cut it out. I haven't had any yet. They are so silly. Found family shenanigans. We're like an hour in. Somehow. We're still at the calm before the storm. I'm just like, one fear? One fear? I don't want this found family to suffer. Is it possible to get an ending where nobody suffers? I don't know. We'll find out, maybe. Ahem. After the whirlwind of chaos, all that remains is an empty plate and cutlery smeared with cream. One by one, Kazuya persuades everybody to return to their rooms since it's getting late. Signs point to no. No! Don't say that. The first floor, so lively a while ago, now hosts only Hatsuyuki and me, along with the scattered remnants of gold flakes, ribbons, and confetti. Every iota of strength has drained from my body. My eyelids are so heavy they can barely stay open. Just leave me the white-haired girl, I beg. I see we're locking on to the Hatsuyuki route. Fun fact, fellas. It specifically says in the description of the game that, because it's an amare, that means that we can date men, women, or the non-binary characters, right? When you date the women, Kotori's the bottom. It specifically says that the female routes are femdom. So, she can top. She can top is all I'm gonna tell you. Buying now. Locking in. I see no problems. Oh no, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just telling you. Whether that helps or hurts is up to your personal preferences. For me, I think it helps. Where's the link again? It is pinned in both the Twitch and YouTube chat. You can get the link either through the itch.io page, which they prefer because they're trying to get their game to stop being delisted for mature content. And then you can also wishlist it on Steam. Do check them out. Ugh, I'm so tired. It's going to be such a hassle cleaning this up. Hatsuyuki chuckles when she hears this. Well, it's a celebration after all. It was Naniwa's idea, so let's leave the cleanup to him. What matters is that we all had fun. She skips light-footed up the stairs, then whirls back, wreathed by the lights, and waves at me. Okay, I still need to have a chat with Kazuya. It's been a long day. You'd better get some rest, superstar. We still got that theater trip tomorrow. Her lovingly calling him superstar too is also just so cute. That's just so precious. I definitely prefer the pet name Superstar to the honey bun that was in Rotten Roots. Not that it wasn't cute in Rotten Roots, but like honey bun's just a little bit too sappy for me. Like I like honey and I don't know if I'd really like bun, but like honey bun together is just a bit too much. It's just a bit too goopy. Superstar though, it's cute, and it also has double meaning because of the fact that he's also one of the lead actors for the troupe. So that goes hard, I fear. That goes harder for me, I fear. What's wrong, cutie pie? Blech. Gag. I really am exhausted. Back in my room, I can't even be bothered to wash up or get changed properly. Almost as soon as my head sinks into the soft bedding, sleep engulfs my eyes. Perhaps because so much happened today, my sleep is flooded with a dizzying array of fragmented dreams. When I next open my eyes, the room is still shrouded in darkness. My body feels like lead, and a sharp, sour taste clings to the back of my tongue. Ugh, I'm so thirsty. Oh, what time is it? I switch on the bedside lamp. The warm glow of the bulb sheds a dim amber light across the room. The desk clock emits a steady mechanical ticking. In the faint light, I can just make out the hour hand pointing to 11. I shut my eyes and try to will myself back to sleep, but my mind only grows more and more alert, and every sense sharpens with it. My ears are flooded with the sounds of the wind, the clockwork, and my own heavy breathing. Noises that I would normally overlook now echo through me like roaring thunder. Ah, my boy's overstimulated. True overstimulation is not just because you are surrounded by, like, loud noises themselves. It's when even small noises seem really loud. That's what real overstimulation is. Ugh, can't sleep. Might as well get some air. The troupe is dead silent at night. I gently close my door. Treading carefully across the carpet, I wander idly through this still unfamiliar building, by the ashen moonlight streaming in from the windows. My room, Hatsuyuki's, and Kazuya's are on the second floor. Hamado-sensei's room is at the other end of the corridor, though they seldom stay over. It's probably gathering dust right now. Looking down over the corridor banister, I can see the reception hall and Kazuya's office. Opposite the office are the dressing room and rehearsal room. With nothing better to do, I reread the nameplates on all the doors, then follow the moonlit stairs upward. The third floor houses the other members. Every door is shut tight, as if the occupants are already deep in slumber. The window at the end of the corridor looks out upon the late-night streets of Ginza. There's no sight or sound of humans. Only the gas lamps and the stars, shimmering together in soft hues. I tiptoe down the corridor, and as I pass one of the rooms, the murmur of voices brushes against my ears. I did eat something today. I tried to throw it up when I got back, but I just can't get it out clean. Is that Hatsuyuki? Do you think it'd be better to cut it open and clean it out? The person answering her seems to be standing farther away. Their voice is too muffled to make out. Have you gotten any better at this? The stitching last time was a real mess. I could feel it even through the clothes. But it's my fault too. The more times it's cut open, the harder it is to sew it back together. Usually I can empty things out just fine. I don't know what's wrong today. But are you too tired for this? It's winter, so it'll be a while before things start rotting. That should be fine, right? Hello, welcome in. I'm working on our Spooktober project, but we'll keep the stream open to lurk. Thank you for lurking! Feel free, feel free. What are they talking about? I take an instinctive step back. The floor creaks beneath me. Who's there? Footsteps approach. I turn and flee. No time to worry about the noise. All I want is to get back to my room as fast as I can. My ears are ringing from the sprint, which drowns out any sound of the door opening and closing. It's only back in my room that I realize I'm gasping for breath. Oh god, I don't like the fact that this is simulating the sound of ears ringing. Ugh! Tinnitus simulator! I can't go back out there. I lie back on the bed and steady my breathing, but my mind can't help circling back to the words I overheard. Is Hatsuyuki sick? Before I can make sense of anything, sleep, summoned by all this exertion, claims me once more. Just before it takes me under, I think, no matter what, I have to apologize to her tomorrow. The high-frequency noise, I know! Ugh. I'm going crazy. Ugh. It's too real. It's too real. Why would anyone think it's cool to simulate tinnitus? I was just like, I can understand the idea of ears ringing, but not the fact that the noise they chose is so close to tinnitus. Explodes. It was a little funny. Anyway, haha, good morning. A dreamless night passes. When I wake, it's already broad daylight outside. I tidy myself up and head downstairs. Kazuya and Hatsuyuki are already up on the first floor. I'm not sure what they're discussing. Ah, is our sleeping beauty finally awake? We were just talking about you. Morning, Kotori. What were you two talking about? Me? We were wondering if we should get breakfast together. But Kazuya is such a busy guy, I couldn't talk him into it. Yes, there's an investor coming today, so I might be tied up this morning. Hatsuyuki shakes her head regretfully, then makes her way behind me and gives a little shove. Looks like it'll be just the two of us then. Oh god, that girl's there in the back. Gonna hear that noise again later in the stream and think it's the game again, but it'll actually be my own ears. No! No! By the time we get to the cafe, it's well into the morning. There are already a few tables occupied. The girl I saw yesterday is still seated in that same spot next to the window, her head slightly lowered as she sips her soup in silence. I force down my budding unease and find a spot to sit with Hatsuyuki. There's a partition adorned with greenery which blocks the view, making me feel somewhat better. Hatsuyuki calls over a server and orders a cup of hot milk. I still don't have much of an appetite, so I just ask for a croissant. Something on your mind? I couldn't sleep last night. Hatsuyuki adopts a theatrical look of dawning revelation. After the waiter sets down our food and walks away, she knits her brows and lowers her voice. So that was you. This might be a problem. What kind of problem? Are you sick? Or is it that thing you mentioned? Magic? Spells? Oh dear, I'm just teasing you. It's no big deal. I'm in good health. Let a girl have her little secrets. She picks up her cup and takes a sip. Though her face is wan, her demeanor still brims with vigor. Did I interrupt you two? You could say that. It was quite the shock. Sorry. Hatsuyuki sets down her cup, stroking her chin with a mock-serious air. To make amends, how about you go to Yokohama with me to see the flowers after the performance? I hear they've opened a new park over there. You and Kazuya both need to take a break sometime in spring. It's settled then. Alright, eat up before your food gets soggy. Don't rush me, I'm gonna choke. We finish our meal, and just as we leave the cafe, a car pulls up to the alley entrance. A young man gets out of the car, shakes open a black umbrella, then bends down to open the back door. A long-haired man draped in a howdy steps out of the car. Oh my god, he's handsome. He's handsome. His ears are also kind of pointy. Wonder if he's a vampire. Anyway. The umbrella shields him from the swirling snow, and even as he is escorted into the alley, his striking scarlet figure stands out stark against the sea of gray. My gaze lingers on his back. When that face comes into view, even for a fleeting glance, I can't help but freeze. Who is he? What was that? Nothing. Let's go. So many handsome characters. Ew, ew, ew. Everyone having black hair with no colorful highlights is really good. True. It is kind of refreshing. It's nice to see all the different ways that you could just spice up black hair without having to add a secondary color. I'm just like, oh wow. Normal Japanese characters. I guess besides Hatsuyuki, but that might be done on purpose. I feel like this is probably being done on purpose for her. The theater reserved for the premiere isn't large, but its decor is surprisingly exquisite. You two are members of Emerald Eye, right? Are you here to check on the auditorium setup? Setup? Mochizuki-san has rented a small auditorium here for rehearsing on a long-term basis. It's been set up as requested. I can show you two around now. How is he paying for all this? Are we free to use it? Of course! Please follow me. Normal JP-looking characters, pretty novel in the current super overdone anime design climate. No, for sure. Black hair is nice, no bias. No, I really do think it's pretty. I feel like I like a lot of the designs. Like, despite the fact that there are still some characters that have, like, sparks of, like, more color to them, I think that the more muted color palette choices for this game are, like, really, really nice. Yeah, it goes great with the Taisho aesthetic. Agreed, agreed, agreed. He got that Yakuza money. I don't think so. I choose not to believe that. I guess I don't know for sure, but, I hope not. Really dig these aesthetics in general. Can't put my finger on what it's called, but I love the style. Well, it's very much like drawing from the Japanese Taisho era, which was when a lot of more like Roman aesthetics were being brought to Japan, and they were kind of indulging in more like Roman, European type like, things. But it does have like this set kind of color scheme to it. Set vibe. We follow the theater staff down a hallway carpeted in red wool, finally stopping before a massive door of black walnut. The door stands ajar. It takes the staff member some effort to pull it all the way open, revealing a sizable thrust stage. The grand drapes are drawn, exposing the set behind. Several crew members are adjusting the lighting. Just as our guide said, this place is ready for use. Hatsuyuki stares briefly at the stage, then turns around. She's silhouetted against the lamplight. Her eyes gleam from the shadows. Now, this doesn't happen every day. How about we give it a go? In the blink of an eye, Hatsuyuki whips out 2 scripts as if by magic. She tucks one into my arms, and I feel an answering twinge of eagerness. Ever since the accident, Kazuya has insisted on my recuperation. It's only in the rehearsal rooms that I regain any sense of being an actor. 1912 to 1926 for chat? Yeah. Taisho era. But faced with a real stage, however, I feign nonchalance. Oh, right, never mind. But faced with a real stage, however I feign nonchalance, there's no deceiving myself. I can't pretend I have no desire to stand upon it. Well then, let's try it. Why? Oh, why? What I wish to write, what I long to say, that is all which matters. Nothing else, no worldly concerns should hobble my steps. Sensei, are you there? I brought you some rice. You haven't been to class lately. The students are all worried, so I came to check on you. Is everything all right? Why didn't the others come? They have household chores to attend to. I haven't fully recovered from my illness yet, and I'm not needed at home. I figured I'd come see you. If I can but silence her, peaceful days will be mine once more for a time. Time. Precious time. I simply need to make it an accident. In that case, come in. Did anyone see you? The spotlight falls on Hatsuyuki. She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. It's her line next. Why isn't she speaking? In the stifling, frozen silence, my unease grows. I hear the crew muttering. Hatsuyuki? The instant I say her name, her body sways. Then she collapses heavily onto the stage, landing with a dull thud. What's wrong? Are you okay? My mind explodes into tumult. I practically trip over myself scrambling to her side. She lies quietly on the cold, dusty floor, her cheeks smudged with a trace of grayish powder. No matter how I shake her, there's no hint of a response. I reach out a trembling hand. Holding my breath, I gently bring it closer to her nose. She's not breathing. I push my nerveless hands against her chest and press up and down, again and again. It has to work. She'll be fine after this. That's what they all say. I press until my hair tumbles over my eyes, until fine beads of sweat ooze from my forehead. Hatsuyuki opens her mouth and lets out a soft sigh. I knew it would work. Thank goodness. Hatsuyuki, don't scare me like that. Please, wake up. Wake up? Stiffly, I press my ear against her chest. There's no pulse of life. Only coldness and decay. And a cloying sweetness wafting from her collar like rotten fruit. Wait, didn't he smell the same thing when he bumped into Naniwa? Is the entire troop just, like, dead? And, like, reanimated? Are they zombies? Are they zombies? Are they just all zombies? And, like, maybe Kazuya is the one who's like keeping them all alive, because they're called like the Green Eye Troop, and he's the one that's like symbolized with the green eye, right? So are they all just like a weird zombie cult surrounding Kazuya, and then Kotori is the only one who's like alive? Because they were all in an accident like a month ago, right? Only Kazuya was the one that got quote-unquote injured, but what if everybody else actually did die during that? And then like, it was Kazuya's responsibility to save them. And then they all just agreed to, like, not tell Kotori that they died. They all died in the amnesia inciting incident accident? That's what I'm thinking. That's basically what I'm jumping towards. That's the conclusion I'm leaping to. I don't know if it's even close to accurate, but like that specific description of cloying sweetness like rotten fruit is the exact description that was used when he accidentally bumped into Naniwa when they made it to the place that they're staying for the first time. And I feel like it's weird that that happened with two characters. Watch, that is the twist. I'm locked in. I'm locking in my prediction. It's okay if I'm wrong, but I'm locking in my prediction, chat. Chat, I'm locking in. This has to be a joke. Just a joke. It can't be. No. You were just talking. Don't tease me. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Hatsuyuki's lips are parted, unspeaking. I stare at her face. What changes have I missed in the past minute? The past half hour? The past day? Her eyes are wide open. Usually an adorable sight. But now those unblinking, glassy eyes fill me with a terror that drenches me in cold sweat. I can't look directly at them. How absurd everything suddenly is now. How ridiculous. We ate together, made plans to look at flowers in Yokohama, and were enthusiastically performing just minutes ago. How can someone just die like this? Like every color has drained away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a pale, empty shell. Where did she go? There's so much noise around me. After a while, it occurs to me that the crew is screaming. Someone pulls me away. I tumble to the ground. It doesn't even hurt. Hey, watch out! Something's wrong! Called Kaze Matsuru-san! The stage lights shine down upon her. White light enshrouding white corpse. White dust drifting in the air. Uniformed people close in around the body, and the glassy green eye peers through a gap in the crowd, staring straight in my direction. Oh God! Suddenly it shifts. Whoa. I blink my dry eyes and finally see. In the shadows, amidst the dust and the light, lurks a green-eyed monster. The monster ripples outwards, flowing across the stage. The monster looks at me. It crouches over Hatsuyuki's body. Like a soul untethered from flesh, a fetus bursting from the womb. I've seen it before, in the mirror. The white-feathered monster. Whoa. Looks around. That was kind of cool. Even though I don't really know what it means. Anyways. How very impolite of you, Mochitsuki-kun. I merely came to inquire how the boy is doing. I never imagined matters would take such a hazardous turn. Alas, now that it has come to this, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. You... Has your wound split open? Youngsters are so reckless with their health. I'd appreciate you keeping this meeting between us, Mochitsuki-kun. After all, when it comes to family, it's only natural to get a little carried away. Wouldn't you agree? You drove Kotori away years ago. He doesn't remember a thing now. Why are you still... Why? Mochitsuki-kun, you ought to understand the reason better than I do. One more thing. I rather suspect that my dear Kotori remains unaware of whatever you and Miss Baryakinskaya have been keeping from him. Am I right? How do you know that? Minoru-san, the snow has stopped. My, look at the time. Well then, let us draw this little encounter to a close. That's quite the name, Baryakinskaya. Yeah, that's Hatsuyuki. Like, she said that that was a name that was tied to her, even though it was not, as far as I knew. Like her name plate never really said that. But she said that that name is tied to her somehow, when she was having that whole description about, like, the powers and, like, the monsters and all of that stuff. Yeah, it is quite the name. It's difficult to say, so I apologize if I ever fumble it or if I have to take a second to remember how I say it. Mochitsuki-kun, if you would be so kind as to inform your teacher that I would very much like a word with them in the coming days. Preferably sooner rather than later. Come along, Sarina. Hatsuyuki is half Russian, half Japanese, so she has a Russian name as well. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Understood. So many stitches. My, this is quite something. The skin seems partly translucent. And what's this? Ugh, they laid on that powder really thick. It's pretty well preserved. I've never seen a spell like this before. A fine piece of work. Well, since it could go on stage, I guess with enough makeup it looks just like a living person. No wonder you called me in. Good job remembering to evacuate the civilians this time. Declare it a medical emergency, whatever works. Where's the person who came in with it? Did you get a rundown yet? Still no response. Come on, did it really scare him out of his wits? Heh. Hey, look up. An acute, intense jolt of pain spreads through my jaw. But it's nothing. Nothing compared to the dying agonies that Hatsuyuki endured as she lay there. Ow! Do not ow in this condition. If I'd noticed earlier, would everything be different? Anguish engulfs me, smothering me, rising from the depths of my dried-out eyes. My mind restlessly chews through memories, spitting out scraps of details I once missed. Zombie actor seeking employment will work for brains. Ugh, not like this. If only we'd gone to the hospital earlier, gone back to rest earlier. If only... Somebody is speaking. The sound grates like the ringing in my ears. Not again! Not this freaking sound! Hey, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Sir? Why? I thought I was supposed to have some magic talent. Why could I only watch her die right before my eyes? Something so useless, utterly useless. Was it because of that monster? It followed me here and killed Hatsuyuki, and I did nothing but lead it to its prey. I've had enough of this. Ignore me, will you? Snap out of it! Ugh. A gust of wind pierces sharply through the side of my neck, then dissipates, leaving behind an icy sting and a damp sensation spreading across my skin. Oh, my tinnitus, I know. Ugh. Tinnitus simulator noise. My nerves, trembling from the narrow escape, pull me back to the very reality I refuse to face. I look up and see a familiar face. It's the woman who I saw stinking drunk at the udon stall last night. She's standing before me now, arms crossed, gazing at me with obvious displeasure. At the sight of my face, she briefly falters and her brows draw together, but she swiftly regains that impatient expression. Huh, so it's you. Me? She doesn't seem to be bothered by the conversation we overheard last night. She just turns again to glance towards the crowd of uniformed police, all huddled around Hatsuyuki. Last night, I remember you and that girl, right? The one lying there, the deceased. You two were close, weren't you? Do you know if there was anything going on with her recently? Any illnesses or unusual relationships or just anything out of the ordinary that happened to her? A sticky, acrid bitterness spreads across my tongue. I could rake through every remaining memory in my amnesia-ridden brain and turn up nothing. Hatsuyuki is the same girl I've always known. I don't know anything. Sorry. The woman's eyes crinkle. Her expression softens as she sits down next to me. Feeling nervous? It's okay. I'm just here to get a sense of the situation. Lots of crime witnesses don't realize that anything they've seen might be useful to us. It's probably the same with you. She might be right, but my instincts keep going back to that monster, the one that seemed to be born from Hatsuyuki's corpse. It must have something to do with her death, along with what I overheard last night, but I don't know how to bring this up. The woman seems to sense my inner turmoil. She offers a reassuring smile, but it feels a little out of place. Now I'll ask, you'll answer. Fair enough? I'd like you to be honest with me. I'm Kaze Matsuru. Itsuru Kaze Matsuru, Special Investigation Division. And you are? Always helps to know who I'm talking to. Kotori Sakuma. Special Investigation Division? I'm not surprised you haven't heard of us. Know anything about parapsychology? I've heard of a society run by professors from the Imperial University doing research on extrasensory perception. Close enough. There are certain incidents that current knowledge, or should I say technology, can't quite explain. Those fall under our jurisdiction. Of course, as an ordinary civilian, you've got nothing to worry about. We just have our own methods, which it's best not to make public knowledge. In a city as busy as Tokyo, any secret that gets out makes its way across the city in a few days. Oh boy, the occult. Oh boy! I mean, are we really that surprised that this is coming into play? We shouldn't be. Parapsychology. It does ring a bell. I hear there's a group of scholars fervently devoted to Western theories, trying to replicate telepathy and clairvoyance. Still, for the police to establish a department like this, does that have anything to do with those magic users Hatsuyuki mentioned? No, I can't dwell on this right now. That monster might be... Alright, what do you want to know? What? He's cooperating just to get information, it makes sense. In that case, I'll cut to the chase. From your point of view, over the past, let's say 6 months, would you say the deceased displayed no major changes compared to today? Seemed to behave normally, never fell seriously ill, and so on? I'd cooperate with that woman too. Too easy. Yes. Was there anyone she met with regularly? I mean one-on-one. Family, friends, doctors, anyone at all. I rack my brain, but all that occurs to me is that outside of performances, Hatsuyuki spent almost the entire past year with the troupe. For some reason, Hatsuyuki and the others all seldom went out. No, except for Kazuya and me, and maybe Hamado-sensei. She hardly ever left the troupe. or she was mostly with me or our mutual friend. I rarely saw her approach anyone else on her own. Ah, because other people would have realized that she was a corpse walking. The rest of the troop is dead, except for Kotori, Kazuya, sorry, and then, the sensei. Well, maybe the sensei. The sensei is just so MIA, it's hard to tell. It is a mystery, but those two are the only ones that are alive. Essentially. Everybody else is dead, and that's why they don't go out much. They have to spend all their time inside because it would be too obvious their cover would be blown. I called it! I'm locked in! I'm locked in! Seems like the supply was pretty stable. So, did anything unusual happen in the past few days? Did she do or say anything out of the ordinary? Of course, it's fine if not. Well, last night at dinner, she ate something she normally dislikes. Despite saying this, I honestly can't be certain. Hatsuyuki and I were very close this past year as I dealt with my amnesia. But like most friends who see each other regularly, we didn't actually have meals together very often. We only occasionally mentioned our food preferences in passing. Isn't it odd that you share almost the same color palette with her? With this woman? I don't. She has black hair that's like graying because she's old. And like, I guess the purple eyes maybe, but like not really. They're the complete wrong shade because they're more magenta. And then the rest of her color palette is gray, not green. I'm sorry, but I think that that's very wrong. I think that you might be colorblind. Where? I don't see it. Anyways. Only now, confronted with the situation, do I realize how much of a fool I've been. I see. Alright then. That covers the basics. Now we'll get into some questions related to the special nature of our division. It might give you a scare, but there's no time to ease you into things. You don't know what's going on with the corpse, do you? Her lips move, parting and closing, slicing the words into shards that drive themselves into my ears, steady and relentless. If I'm not mistaken, she's been dead for quite some time. It's still unclear what could sustain a corpse's activity for this long with next to no decay. We'll have to hold off on a closer examination until we bring the body back. But how? Ever since I first met Hatsuyuki, she's always been the same. With me, with everyone else? How could she have been dead this whole time? My voice is on the verge of cracking, but Kaze Matsuru just arches an eyebrow. She seemed just like anyone else for a long time. She spoke and she smiled, vibrant down to the smallest detail. Isn't that right? I've dealt with a few similar cases. It's rare, but not impossible. You might want to ask that mutual friend of yours if something happened to her when you weren't around. Her body shows extensive blunt force injury and numerous suture scars, like she's been pierced together. Or pieced together, sorry, I can't read. Some of the wounds have been stitched multiple times. The surrounding muscle and skin is severely damaged. Specifically, from here to here. Kaze Matsuru reaches out, tracing a line from my shoulder down to my knee, until her hand finally presses against my spasming stomach. I try to swallow but find my throat scorched dry. It throbs with a deep-seated, knife-sharp pain. Kaze Matsuru's eyes meet mine. I see my own reflection frozen stiff in her calm pink gaze. Eyes wide and staring, expression blank, a picture of utter absurdity. I haven't gotten to my question, but it looks like you've got something on your mind. Well, out with it. You want to know why your friend ended up like this, don't you? Spit it out. It might open up another lead for us. I open my mouth. My voice comes out hoarser than I realized. Who did this to her? And more than that, who could get Hatsuyuki to cover for them? I overheard Hatsuyuki at our place last night. She was complaining about having to cut something open to take it out. Was it something we ate together yesterday? Probably. A living corpse doesn't have functioning organs. The food scraps just rot away in the stomach. And you're hesitating. Anything else? When Hatsuyuki collapsed, I also saw a white monster. A white monster? A white monster with wings. Its head unfolding like a lily. Kazematsu's expression abruptly transforms. Her bright eyes pin me to the spot like a serpent locking onto its prey. Okay, last question. As Kazematsu speaks, she switches back to that look of mild impatience. Like that spasm of emotion just now was nothing but my imagination. This was supposed to be the part where I squeeze a confession out of you, but forget it. Do you know who you've rubbed the wrong way? What? When it comes to the cases we deal with, I don't generally explain all this nonsense to the people involved. Parapsychology this, special division that, it all sounds way too far-fetched, like something out of a novel. We have our ways of making sure you spill every last detail you know and don't remember a single thing afterwards. You won't even dream about it. When closing a case, for most people and even society at large, all we have to do is find a plausible excuse to smooth things over. Say, an acute heart attack, or a stroke, or maybe drug abuse. There are all sorts of stories to run with, and evidence is easy to come by. Ooh, she's genre savvy. I like that in a woman. White monster sounds like a good name for a drink. Doesn't that already exist? Isn't there already a form of monster energy that's white? Could have sworn there was. I'm off of work. How are the boys? Well, this game has a mix of love interests, not just boys, but yeah. Yeah, there is. I knew it. I don't even drink Monster, and I knew that. Of course, getting poisoned by a male companion in a premeditated murder. That works too. Monster energy comes in every possible color. I've tried a shameful number of them. Dang. Add vodka to it. That's elixir of death. That's elixir of gives you no memory of the night. How are the boys? Dead. Smile. True. And why did it have to happen in the theater in front of all these people? Chalk it up to the suspect's sense of ceremony. As for those things the suspect heard and the white monster he saw, they serve as further proof that this actor was so immersed in drama he lost the ability to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Danger juice. Vodka doesn't do that. No, I know vodka itself doesn't do that. What I'm saying is if you mix the vodka with the white monster, that's elixir of brain forgetty juice. Delirious and raving, he turned his blade on the victim who came to the theater with him. During our inquiry, we noticed that he avoids eye contact. His demeanor is furtive, as if he's hiding something. This is highly suspicious. And after a few rounds of questioning, the witnesses will all develop the same impression. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're threatening me. Very clever. But let's not put it that way. Call it a mutually beneficial opportunity. You don't want to know what happens to the people we take into custody. What do you get out of telling me all this? You've got a real knack for tough questions, you know that? Her roar of laughter draws the attention of the remaining officers in the theater, but she casually waves them away. She She turns back to me, dashing the tears of laughter from her eyes, and slowly holds up 2 fingers. First off, someone asked me to stir up some trouble for you, but I can't stand him. Second, it's because of that thing you saw. A head cleft like a blossom lined with fangs, wings towed in its wake like a weighty shadow. Should the might of its attention befall thee, then shall the 8 emerald eyes swivel as one. Lord Oh god, I can't read. Hold on. Octopteropes. Octopteropes? Okay, Lord Octopteropes, as those black magic practitioners call it. I spent years in hot pursuit of it and its followers. It appeared next to the deceased, meaning that your friend, who was turned into a living corpse, was almost certainly under the control of a black mage who worships it. Or after the same thing. Don't you want to learn the truth behind her death? That mage is sure to know more than either of us. I can let you walk out of that door unharmed, but in return, you have to help me find them. I guess I don't have much of a choice. What do you want from me? Ordinary people can't see the shadows of the gods. But you can do that, can't you? Eldritch BS right there. True. We're definitely caught up in said cult. With those words, Kazematsuru extends her hand before me. A whirling gale erupts from her palm, striking me square in the face. I instinctively hold my breath, my ears filled with the lingering wail of the wind. This is... Ugh! I clamp my mouth shut, but I can tell from Kazematsuru's face that it's too late. You don't have to get into specifics. I'm not that much of a snoop, and I'm not interested in the Sakuma family's secrets. The point is, the fact that you can see Lord Octopteropes makes you a rare and irresistible new recruit for them. And I'll find some way to get the news to them. But judging from that reaction just now, you have something you'd rather keep from me, don't you? If you like, you can go take care of whatever you want first. I'll be in touch when I can. Or we can wrap this up quickly and then I'll handle the rest myself. Meaning you'll be out of it. What do you think? Gotta wonder if an eldritch being isn't an option in this game. I mean, at the very least, we can get involved with the, I'm guessing we can get involved with the mage, because that's obviously Kazuya, isn't it? That was kind of the implication with that little, like, opening sequence that happened before this. If it's not Kazuya, it's definitely the sensei. I think the sensei could also be the dark mage that worships the thing. Because again, we're like the Green Eye, we're like the Emerald Eye Theater Troupe or whatever, and that's literally what Dr. Octopteropes is about. What Lord Octopteropes is about. Like, his whole thing is the 8 eyes. I'm guessing we have enough people here that all represent us, one of the Emerald Eyes. And it feels like Kazuya, because Kazuya is the troop leader, he would have to be the mage. Which means he's the one who worships the thing. And he also uses its power to bind the rest of the troop to him, to the Lord, so that they can stay alive, so that they're basically immortal. And then, like I said, the only one who hasn't been touched by it is Kotori, for reasons that have not been made clear yet. For reasons unknown. Also, SS Sinope, thank you for the follow over on the Twitch side. I know you've been talking on the YouTube side, but thank you for following on the Twitch side too. Wasn't a viable corpse. It seems like there was a deal that was struck, because like he was talking to... In in that scene before coming back to the theater, he was talking to that guy and the girl, who I guess are maybe actual family members, like maybe they're part of the Sakuma family. And I guess they had struck a deal in order for Kotori to like stay with them, to like make sure that Kotori didn't actually get involved with any of the cult stuff. I guess, I don't know. That part was a little unclear to me. But like it was obvious that they don't like the fact that now Kotori's gotten involved in shit. And now they're like, you're on thin ice, buddy. And Kazuya's just like, ow, because he got hurt in the process. Weird stuff overall, I'd say. Okay, so wait, is script the log? It is. The fact that you can see Lord Octopteropes makes you a rare and irresistible new recruit. I'll find some way to get the news, but judging from that reaction, you have something you'd rather keep from me. If you like, you can go take care of whatever you want. I'll be in touch when I can, or we can wrap this up quickly and I'll handle the rest myself, meaning you'll be out of it. What do you think? I think, I mean, obviously this is what would be considered this will be considered a pivotal choice in the game. I feel like working with her now is not the call, though. I kind of feel like we need to space it out a bit, but also I feel like leaving her alone with the corpse is not the right move either. The dial on the side moves to the mouse cursor. Yeah, because it's like reflecting what I'm pointing at. We're choosing how the story is going to unfold. This is how it showed up when we were picking the improv line during the script too, and we like wrote the script. So whatever we choose here is going to like fully impact the story progression. It did in the other menu. Yeah. I actually have to go to the little Oni room real quick, so I will mull it over while I do that. I will mull over some thoughts while I do that. Hello. I'm back. Nice music. Yeah, it's chill. I do kind of like the jazzy vibes of this particular theme. Okay. I don't want to leave her alone with the corpse of the best girl, so I guess we will stay and handle it with Kazematsuru. I don't really want to, but I guess it makes the most sense. Let's deal with this case first. And here I thought you'd go the other way. Okay, fine. I'll drop it. Well then, Kotori Sakuma-san, may I trouble you to accompany me back to the precinct? What will you do with Hatsuyuki's body? I mean, corpse. Oh, that? We'll have to do an autopsy and analyze whether any magic was cast on her body. Once we're sure everything checks out, we'll notify her family. Depending on the situation, the body might be returned to her family for burial, or we might handle all of that. If so, I'd like to make a request. Kazematsuru gives me a non-committal smile. Her fingers tap lightly and regularly against the arm of the chair, striking up a staccato rhythm. Give it a shot. Who knows, I might even say yes. Hatsuyuki's body... No, corpse. Can I take a look later? Once I've spoken to the others in the troupe, it won't take long. Oh? Now that it's come to this, I have to see things through myself. There's so much I've forgotten. Hatsuyuki was already like this when I met her. And now that she's gone, I can't let those scars be buried with her. At the very least, I need to know. You've never seen a corpse up close, have you, oh dainty young master? Try not to scare yourself silly. Well, since you ask, of course I can arrange a little thing like that. But you'll have to wait until the autopsy is over at least. Thank you. Chief, we're heading back with this and then... I know. Be careful with that, or I'll dock your pay when we get back. Shibata shrinks away, shoulders hunching in terror, and hurries back on stage. He and the other officers reflexively bellow yes in unison, then huddle together like a flock of frightened quails. Before long, Hatsuyuki's body is lifted onto a stretcher in a flurry of activity. Her arm dangles over the side, swaying stiffly with each jostle. Finally, together with the crowd, she vanishes beyond the heavy door. As I try to rise to my unsteady feet, Kazematsuru tugs me out of the theater seat. Before I came in, one of the staff said this place was leased to the Emerald Eye troupe. Yeah, I and Hatsuyuki were both actors in the troupe. I see. Kazematsuru signals to me to follow her. Her boots are made of tough leather, but their heels sink into the carpet with only a soft rustle. Perfect. I remember we've got some files about that troupe in our archives. I'll show you. What files? An uneasy premonition is forming in my heart. Just what could have happened for the troupe to end up in the police archives? It's nothing illegal, but... well, you should see for yourself. Kazematsuru finishes speaking just as we reach the theater entrance. The accumulated snow glints beneath the darkened sky. Wind whips through the open door, trailing moonbeams in its wake. They weave together into a blast of bitter cold that I feel in my bones. What should I say? And what should I do? Before I return to the theater? Before the suspended blade comes down upon my neck? But in this moment, I can't help thinking, if only I could just stay here, forever and ever. Until I figured out a way to spin this tale that will spare everyone's tears and transmute agony to blissful relief. That would be perfect. Kazematsuru and I board the last car in the police convoy. Perhaps because of the late hour, the car speeds through mostly deserted streets, with so many bumps and jolts that I almost throw up the few scraps left in my stomach. It's only when the car halts before the police station that I can finally catch my breath. Come on out, let's make this quick. As Kazematsuru yanks the door open and urges me out of the car, the junior officer driving the car has long since made himself scarce. Maybe he's terrified of his intimidating superior too. Different portrait expressions is a nice touch. I like that the MC has an unusual hairstyle and shirt. I mean, I said this earlier when we were talking about him. I feel like I have seen anime characters with this kind of hairstyle before, personally, but I also play a lot of games and series that have boys in them, so maybe I'm just used to this kind of thing. But I do also think that the split two-tone shirt is very interesting. Wonder if it's symbolic. This has good writing. It hasn't been too bad, yeah. I am pretty sufficiently immersed at the very least. I'm very intrigued by the overall mystery. The entryway to the police station is remarkably imposing. The two-story Western-style building is adorned with ostentatious marble columns. It's plain to see that they have a generous budget. It must have been renovated, or maybe it was just built recently. To be fair, I only got here during your last BRB. No, I know that. I'm just saying that I remarked at the beginning of the stream that I didn't think that this was a very uncommon design. I'm just telling you that was something that I said earlier. I'm not saying... It's not like I'm like, oh, you didn't pay attention. I know you weren't here. Sorry, I guess I just won't add that sort of context at the beginning now. I follow Kazematsuru through that brand new doorway. We occasionally cross paths with some uniformed police officers. They seem to be low-ranking and are scrupulously polite to Kazematsuru and to me riding on her coattails. But even before we get too far off, their true colors become clear. I can hear the venom they spit behind our backs. It's not pleasant. I reflexively glance at Kazematsuru, who shows no sign of having heard a word. She leads me through the main hall, along a moonlit walkway lined with snow and withered twigs, and down another flight of stairs. Finally, she stops in front of a door labeled Archives. And here we are. Are you sure it's fine to just let me in like this? It's fine. There's no one else around this late. Besides, that Sakuma name of yours opens a lot of doors. But you got a point. Hold on a second. Kazematsuru raises her hand, bringing together her gloved index and middle fingers. With light and swift gestures, she scrawls a line of words on the door. I can't make out what she's writing. When she finishes the last stroke, a gust of cold wind suddenly sweeps through the warm corridor. The rapid squall whistles through the air, tussling my hair and clothes. The swirling winds converge on that ordinary nondescript door. Kazematsu's writing flashes brilliant for a moment, then goes dark just as quickly. Finally, like the dissipating wind, it vanishes without a trace. It's completely different from what Hatsuyuki showed me. This is a magnificent power that's never bothered to hide its dangerous fangs. And that'll do it. And with that, she pushes open the door and confidently strides in, quickly vanishing out of sight behind two cabinets. The metal surface of the filing cabinet warps my reflection. Countless cabinets hold countless copies of me, like a labyrinth of mirrors. Thousands of eyes glitter back at me from those depths, flashing green or blue under the incandescent lamps. I shut the door behind me and head inwards, following the sound of the tapping boots. The reflections on both sides follow me, their severed bodies swaying. The metal flashes white before my eyes. It's nothing like glass. That whiteness is completely blank, devoid of any reflection or stain. An empty desert as hazy as a mirage. I look myself in the eye. The reflection is sightless, but I'm seized by the inexplicable feeling that I'm being watched. Surely it's just an illusion because my reflection's eyes are so clear. That's the only explanation. Found it. Sakuma, you still there? Kazematsuru's voice drifts to me. I squeeze my way between the filing cabinets and spot her at a row of cabinets against the wall. She's holding a slim folder. Here you go. Those are all duplicates, so just put them back in when you're done. She slaps the folder against my chest. I have to scramble to keep it from falling. There isn't much inside. Just an old newspaper, a few photographs, and a sheaf of reports. The old newspaper rustles as I pick it up. It seems to have been lying there for quite a while. The front page is dominated by an article about the train accident. Signal failure or human error. Tokaido main line derailment accident exposes hidden hazards. Death toll, 143. My throat feels parched just from reading this far. The printed text sears into my retinas. A familiar pain is spreading through my temples as if I've been struck by something heavy. Echoes ring through me. With trembling fingers, I peel away a photograph from the clipped stack. And I get a stark black and white view of the train tumbling from the tracks, engulfed in flames, and the broken and shattered human bodies. It's impossible to tell the dead from the living. There are close-up shots of severed limbs. I can see the mangled flesh and stumps of bone. My brain throbs. I'm going to throw up. I'll splatter these pictures with the hues of fat, marrow, blood. Ugh. Oozing yellow fat. Ashen white ends of split bone. Soft pink tendons enfolding them. Blood slowly oxidizing from crimson to rust brown. When the human body is taken apart, it should resemble an oil painting in lush colors. When it's truly laid bare before me, carelessly splashed with pigments, its cross-section on display to the entire world, my only sensation is horror. Everything was scorching hot in the wake of the explosion. I could feel someone hauling me along. Blood streamed from my ringing ears. But amidst the acrid stench of burning chemicals, my lungs kept working. No matter how much I wished they wouldn't, they still faithfully brought me a scent that roused my appetite. My brain was in ecstasy. It told me that this was the aroma of roasted flesh. The smell which assailed me feels so palpable now, so indelible, as if it might truly have made my mouth water and my stomach growl. As if, among the screams and moans of my fellow humans, it might have filled me with a craving to set upon them, to bite and swallow and devour. Maybe this isn't just a hallucination. How else could I so vividly imagine the itch of the blood creeping across my skin? My mind stops short, but I'm reeling in terror. Did I do something else to them, in that expanse of darkness beyond my mind's reach? Did I sniff? Did I lick? Did I... Hey, you okay? Kazematsuru lightly pats me on the shoulder, then plucks the photograph out of my hand. It's creased from being clutched too tightly. God, that tone went on for so long. I actually had to take my headphones off of my ears. I still had them like on my head, but I pulled the cups off of my ears so that I wouldn't have to hear it while I finished that reading. I was just like, oh God, please. Giving myself tinnitus for real. Ay, ay, ay. She flips briefly through the photographs, then tucks them away in her pocket, pulls a sheaf of documents out of the folder and shoves them into my hands. It's like she's draping a cloth over a box so I can no longer see what's inside. All I'm left with is that hallucination, so real and so insubstantial all at once. These are rougher going than I thought. You should try reading the text instead. I swallow my saliva. The noise seems to ring loud in the quiet archives. Kaze Matsuru might have heard it, but if so, she simply arches an eyebrow and waits for me to speak. I remembered some things from back then. Back then, when the train derailed, I think something exploded. I smelled burning. My head is spinning. My stomach churns with nausea. Speaking is an ordeal. Every word feels like it has to be ground into powder and squeezed through the gaps between my teeth. The burning. It was... That's enough. Sorry. Kaze Matsuru seems a little startled, but she swiftly makes a hold it right there gesture, cutting off any further speech. Huh? No need to apologize. What I mean is you only just remembered all this. Telling me about it right away can't be easy on you, both physically and mentally. I know about these things. I've been there too. Facing your fellow humans, thinking how delicious they smell and holding back your appetite or whatever you call it. It's not easy for a regular civilian to deal with. Her voice and demeanor are completely calm, a silent balm to my strained nerves. Besides, you were so badly injured you lost your memory. I doubt you can move around that much. If you didn't do it, you didn't. You don't have to beat yourself up over thoughts that never came true. The point is, you've had amnesia and only just remembered all this. It's not your problem. Do you want to keep reading? Yes. I take a few deep breaths, and when my emotions have settled a little, I pick up the sheaf of reports again. But as I read, a nagging feeling strengthens that something is off. I subconsciously frown. Hold on, let me sip some water. Is that normal for people to, like, think that the smell of burning humans smells good? Because when I was first reading it, I was like, it kind of feels like he might also be a monster. But in my head, I was like, well, maybe that is, like, a common thing, because, like, your brain can't help but conflate, like, cooked meat with good things, question mark? Absolutely not. Okay, so it is a monster thing. Haven't had the opportunity. That's also why I'm talking about it, because I've never been in a situation where I've smelled like burning human flesh. So I wouldn't know if that's like a common like panic response or like a trauma response, maybe. Like your brain's kind of shutting down and can't really process that it's people. Maybe to a cannibal. Well, because like what I wanted to say is the fact that she can relate to it, I was like, maybe that is more common, but then I remembered that they both have powers. And if we're going with the idea that it's talents, like what was being described earlier by Hatsuyuki, that means that they both have the potential to become monsters if they let their powers consume them. So maybe it is just like a person who can become a monster type thing to experience that desire to like consume humans. Monster to monster relatability. I don't know. It's very interesting. Anyways, I figured I would ask because I didn't know if that was like a common thing for people to feel in those kinds of moments. Trauma does weird things to people's brains all the time, so maybe that would be possible, but I guess not. I guess not. Maybe I'm ooped. Anyway, ahem. The preliminary investigation found that a moderate-sized explosion occurred in Carriage 9, but no explosive residue was detected at the scene. What does this mean? It means that the explosives in that carriage amounted to around 3 con of gunpowder. Their explosion caused the carriage to overturn and triggered a whole series of other reactions. But no trace of them was found. In a situation like this, it's only reasonable to run a sweep for magical activity. But I wasn't in Tokyo at the time, so it couldn't be done. Or rather, they didn't want to deploy manpower from this side, and now there's no way to follow up. Not a new bit thought when 99% of people haven't smelled burning humans before. True. Didn't want to. It's a matter of life and death. And so what? Someone wanted to cover it up. Someone was willing to pay the compensation. And certain people needed proof that I and my special investigation division are all useless wastes of space. Something else seems to occur to her. Her expression darkens and she says no more. I replace the investigation report in the folder. Kazematsuru reties the strings with practiced ease and shuts it away again in the unlabeled cabinet. Are you angry about that? I feel like I ought to be angry, and I am. But for some reason, I'm not particularly surprised. Just as I've personally witnessed before and heard from others, this sort of internal strife is inevitable between people. It's not rare by any means. What matters is how you turn it to your advantage. The ache in my forehead swells and sharpens. I don't like this line of thinking. And what I hate even more is that, for some reason, my brain has accepted it as a routine truth. My neck feels like it's snapped under this weight. My head sags lower and lower, about to kiss the dirt at my feet. And for some reason, there's a constant simmering unease in my heart. 143 people. Was there really no one else injured in the troop other than me? Kazematsuru strokes her chin. Then she speaks, dispelling the heavy silence that was starting to descend. Stop spacing out. Now that you've gotten your intel, it's time to help me out. Yes, right. What is it? My tangled skeins of thought are abruptly shoved back into my skull, and I involuntarily stammer in response. Kazematsuru ignores my lack of manners. She simply folds her arms and continues speaking. Before getting into that, I have to ask. It looks like you already know about magic. But do you have any deeper understanding of it? Deeper understanding? I must be visibly at a loss, because the look Kazematsuru gives me is exasperated but unsurprised, like a veteran tutor faced with a slow pupil. I thought so, but I don't feel good about throwing you to the wolves like this. Ugh, it's already tough explaining the basics to the precinct staff. Oh, whatever. I sure hope you're smarter than that. I'll start with some common knowledge for mages. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. First off, what you need to know is that these powers, the gifts from the gods, can be passed down through the bloodline. Also, the materials used in magic rituals are pricey, and it's hard to cover the cost alone. So mages value inheritance and family ties over everything else. You've been through this yourself, haven't you? You suddenly discovered you had some strange ability and you were all at sea. You had no clue why this was happening. Stupidly, I looked it up. Apparently, it's a crazy mix of bad barbecue smell, burnt hair, metal smell, and burnt plastic. I wonder if that means that he might have just been primarily smelling the bad barbecue, because he also pointed out, like, the yellow fat of, like, the entrail. Also, it was censored, but you could tell that the original CG during that part definitely showed, like, spilled out organs. Anyways, what I wanted to say is... like, he pointed out, like, the yellow fat of, like, a stomach, and, like... kind of, like, the smell more of, like, the flesh part. So I guess the flesh would be the bad barbecue. And maybe that was just, like, the overpowering smell. But then his body still reacted and was, like, trying to kind of cope with the fact that it was barbecue adjacent by trying to get him to think that it was actual barbecue or something. Weird, but fascinating. Magic is kept secret from the regular public, and also from mages who don't have teachers to guide them. I nod, reflecting on how I'm still completely ignorant of my own magic and have no idea where to even start unraveling this tangle. So, you should just assume that if you butt heads with a mage, you'll find yourself in no end of trouble. I'm all over Kazematsuru's words, wondering exactly how she figures into all this. But judging from how she's acted today, I'm guessing she's no end of trouble herself. The microplastics in us really ruin the flavor. Oh my god. It's all that processed crap. Yeah, whatever. Processed crap, yummy. But since it can be passed down by blood... I'm still putting together my sentence when Kazematsuru stops, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. She's silent for a while before finally letting out a sigh. The sound of that sigh seems to bring to life every story I've ever heard about brother turning against brother. You're spot on. Things are actually better in this generation. Before this, if a family had too many children with talents, the family mansion was essentially a coliseum. And if there was anything worth inheriting on top of that, the clash would continue until one party died. The main family fought among themselves, and the branch families, after defeating their own siblings, still had to vie with the main family's children. Some mages were so set on preserving the purity of their bloodlines they even... No, let's not go there. You don't need to know any more than that. I don't like the implications of that statement. Ahaha, whips. Ahaha, don't like that. Thank you for choosing to not address that. LOL. Yeah, I know. Interesting. Interesting. Kazematsuru speaks in a low voice, her expression pained, but she quickly shakes that off and moves on to another subject. Sweeping that one aside for now, sweeping it very aggressively, big broom. That's all on this topic. You should also know about ateliers. For a majority of mages, this is the most important thing. See? Kaya Nishikino? Atelier! It's not that hard! It's a French fucking word! You're Canadian! God. Why would she even make that her tag if she can't say the fucking word? Crazy! Sorry, that part of her debut, I was literally just sitting there like, girl. Of all the words to struggle with. She's not even watching. I have beef with someone who's not even here. She'll continue to mispronounce it to mess with you. No, she took like 5 minutes fucking it up, and then she finally had Google Translate say it out loud. And I was just like, girl! Atelier! It's not that hard! You are Canadian! Oh yeah, in the end she called epithet, because she just didn't want to learn how to say it. And when you guys were trying to write out how to say it, she just couldn't understand that either. Epithet. Again, don't use words if you don't know how to say them. How does she pronounce epitome? I would love to find out. Actually, let me see if I can ask her. Let me see if I can ask her. I don't know if she's online right now. How would you pronounce the word? Get her in a call. No, knowing her, she might send me like a really quick voice recording. So many people say epitome. Oh no, I definitely said that when I was a kid when I first saw that word. And then I heard it read. I heard it read out loud in Tales of Symphonia. Once again, that game is how I learned how to pronounce fucking words. I saw it appear on screen and I was like, oh, and then I heard Regal say epitome and I was like, that's how you say it? What the fuck? And then I learned. All right, guys, epitome is how she wrote it out to me. Tell her she's correct. No, I specifically said thank you. No, you did not. right, hold on. I'm gonna send her a voice recording for how to say it because she's asking how to say it and I can't articulate it written out because she's still not gonna know how to say it. So I'm just gonna send her a little recording. I'll take like 2 seconds. Epitome. No, epitome. Crazy. Epitome. Okay. I love my unit mates who have a hard time pronouncing words. They're so cute. IPA pronunciation standards. She's not gonna know how to use that either. She's not gonna know how to read that. She's gonna be like, what? Can you do the same for the words debut and debuted for all VTubers? Thanks. Debuted. That is very much a classic one. Sorry, lots of VTubers are Canadian. I sent her the file and her response was, that's just Japanese with an English accent. The fuck do you mean? Debut, like to remove butt. Yeah, basically. Debut. Rice Bits! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Raid time. Dang, it sure is. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. For those of you who don't know me, I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-singer group Mialoon. I'm a variety streamer, but currently we're in the middle of the Fall in Love Festival, so I'm playing a lot of romantic visual novels. But I hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you very much for the raid. Here you go. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. We are currently playing Taisho Romance Theater. I have it pinned in the chat if you would like to check out the game on either itch.io or on Steam. It's really good. It's like a little bit dark though, kind of morbid, kind of scary horror adjacent. It also gives you a warning if you don't like entrails. I have entrails turned off. Don't worry, no organs, no gore, but there is gore in this game. We were just playing this game, saw you were playing it, and wanted to drop them off here. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, you're also taking part in the festival. Makes sense, makes sense. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Those of you in my chat, you should go give the lovely Rice Bits a follow too. Yeah, this is one of the games I'm playing this week. I'm doing Okami later tonight as well. I'm doing all of the JP games together. JP aesthetic, I guess, for lack of a better term. Although we were taking a bit of a second because I was telling, we're discussing how one of my Mialoon unit mates, doesn't know how to say the word epitome. And words in general, so we're having a little bit of a off-topic convo, but it is what it is. Is this your style of VN, or what other kinds of VNs are you interested in? I'm open. I really like games with good stories, so visual novels are just constantly up my alley. I have played a bunch of other visual novel type games on my channel. I was asked to cover Bustafellows and Bustafellows 2 by PCube International. So yes, I do kind of play a lot of like mystery suspense games. Although Bustafellows isn't nearly as dark as this one. I tend to prefer things lighthearted. I like them cozy. I like them wholesome. Well, maybe not fully wholesome. I don't mind a little bit of spice, but I like them cozy, especially. This one's a little bit out there because of that. Like, this is more horror, visual novel adjacent than what I have previously played. I like slice of life. I like fantasy. I like, I don't know. My tastes are kind of wide and eclectic. If there's a romance element, I will probably be excited to play it. Basically. Yeah. Wee. Japanese would be epitome. She knows all the words she needs. This is true. This is true. We'll go with that. You're pronouncing every word in there. English, you don't do that. I'm gonna scream. This girl. Anyways. Should probably lock it and go back to the story now. The reason that it started is because one of the words that she doesn't know how to say is atelier. And I was able to read it effortlessly, so I was playfully being like, see? That's how you say it. Atelier. Because I just finished reading this line. Anyways. Whoopee! So for those of you who've already seen through... I'm guessing Rice finished the demo? I haven't finished it yet, so no spoilers, please. But, welcome, you're gonna see someone else play it now. Hopefully I don't make the exact same decision, so you at least see something new, if you choose to stick around. Which I hope you do. Ateliers? Yet another new noun. But I'm still at a loss. All I can do is wait, hopefully, for her solution to this riddle. I assume you just came into contact with magic recently, yes? After a long silence, I could only reply with a brief noise of assent. In fact, I can count the number of times on one hand, I think derisively to myself. I haven't finished it. It was too long for me to finish in one sitting. Oh boy. Too much content source, didn't finish it. I chose this path too, I believe, from what I'm seeing. Well, I'm gonna lock in. I've got time. My next stream isn't until 8 p.m. I've got time. Well, technically, the longest I could go would be until 6. 6 Eastern. And it's about 1 Eastern right now, so I've got time. I will do my best to lock in. I will lock in! Ideally, I don't want to go past 6, though, because a girl's gotta eat before the round 2 of streaming. Day breaks if you need to. I will. I already took a little Oni room break a little bit ago. I might need to take another one shortly to refill my water, but right now, we're good. Thank you, though. Oh, you guys like her voice? Heck yeah. And these scant incidents all bear the indelible traces of Hatsuyuki, impossible to ignore or forget. Even after my nerves have been dulled by the constant barrage of blunt questions, the pain is still lodged in my memory like so many fine needles. I was about to say Finn? Finn? Oh my gosh! Big... is it Big Al? Big Al Seek? Thank you for the 20 gifted subs? What? Have some subs for the rice raid? Oh my gosh, thank you! You didn't have to do that, that's very kind! What the heck? Thank you! Yeah, nice gifteds! Thank you so much! Wowie! Thank you! If you are still here and you happen to get gifted a subscription, please make sure to thank Big Al Seek. I'm assuming it's an L. I can't tell if it's an L or an I. I'm sorry. But thank you. Let's freaking go. But yeah, I was about to say it looked like it was Finn, but I realized that the E got cut off. Devs, please consider looking into the text wrapping so that they don't get cut off. It's an L. Okay, nice. Big Al Seek. That was my guess. Thank you. Yippee! So it was too late, huh? Alright. Listen very closely to what I'm about to say. Mages, to be exact, most of those hereditary guys, each have an atelier that belongs to them. That's where they're in closest contact with their divine blessings. The principles of constructing an atelier are way too complicated to get into here. Basically, think of it as a series of large-scale magic rituals that take a huge toll on the practitioner. Once the construction is done, they gain a secret space that belongs to them and exists outside of this world. Unless they're unconscious or grant someone else permission to enter, that space belongs solely to them forever. I'm guessing you've heard a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism and all that nonsense. Well, an atelier is the equivalent of their flower or leaf, or their body. Body. Oh gosh, I don't know how to say that word. Anyways, it never disappears, and in the hands of a mage who lives long enough, it becomes a treasure trove. It's almost impossible to construct an atelier single-handedly, which means that effectively only families can afford it. And since it can be transferred between people, well, I think you can guess what happens. It's inherited. Got it in one? Kaze Matsuru snaps her fingers. Is it just me, or does she look relieved? She reminds me of a teacher, pleasantly surprised that a young child is actually capable of studying. I can barely imagine what sort of people she's been working with until now. It's very expensive, and its value accumulates over time, making it perfect to be passed down as a family heirloom. Which means that mages who have the backing of families and mentors, and who are regarded as the next in line, basically all have their own atelier, or are about to inherit them. It'd be pronounced like the bow and abode, so Bodhi? Okay, I got it right the first time. Okay, Bodhi. Got it. Thank you. We learn and we grow. I guessed it would be Bodhi, but then I was like, would it be body? No. No. Me trying to learn words on the fly. Who knows? I bet if you go back to the Sakuma family, they'll have one ready and waiting for you. Her lips twitch as she says this. Then she changes the subject again with seeming nonchalance. Ugh, I'm getting off topic. What it all boils down to is that atelier are where mages can exert their powers to the fullest extent. That's why most of them secure their atelier in an object they can carry with them, so they can enter at any time. For a mage who's carrying out magical studies or preparing for a ritual, their atelier is the safest place to be, and it's also the most dangerous place for an invader. I need you to make contact with the worshippers, but I don't want to get you killed. If you notice that your surroundings have changed, you'd better watch out. Makes sense you'd get it right, though. You're very distinct in your vocabulary choices from the short time I've seen. Thank you. Yes. I'm a creative writing major. Well, I have a degree in creative writing, so I have a little bit of a big vocabulary, I guess, compared to average. I'm pretty good at guessing how to pronounce a word because of my vocabulary being that size. I guess is the best way to explain it. Good emote, once again. we keep unlocking good ones. But no, my vocabulary is a little big. She's not like other girls. She's a creative writing major. Stop. Stop it. Saying it like that is embarrassing. But yeah, it's because I majored in writing. Yuno's massive throbbing vocabulary. Yeah, this really big dictionary in my head. I got a lot of words up in there. A lot of words. Many thoughts. What should I do if I'm trying to leave an atelier? Find the exit, or get the mage to let you out, or knock them unconscious. Of course, the best way to handle it is to kill them, but in your case, just sweet-talk them, no matter how much you have to bow and scrape and grovel. Brain standing erect with the ever-growing dictionary. Yep. Correct. You've caught on. You get it now. Dignity is less important than staying alive. Get out of there and let me deal with the rest. Speaking of which... Kazematsuru's severe gaze settles on me. Her voice is stern. Do you have experience wielding magic? There's no point bluffing here. Even though Kazematsuru's stare sends chills down my spine, I nod. You're honest. The reliable type. Good. That's right. That's how everyone should be. Ooh. All the sound of the cracking. Yuck. Her gloved hand grips mine. She's squeezing quite hard. It hurts, but I bite back my yelp of pain before it can emerge. Because the look on her face scares me a little. It's like... Like what exactly? It feels vaguely familiar, as if someone once inspected me with this exact expression. Focus. Don't get distracted. Close your eyes. My eyes automatically fall shut at her voice. Before long, a soft breeze, threaded with the slightest chill, flows through our joined palms and gently makes its way into my bloodstream. My heart starts to pound. That familiar tugging sensation courses through me again, and the next instant I'm enveloped in that chill. And so I can feel something, like blood but not quite, pouring out of my heart, rushing through my veins. It swiftly and tenaciously swarms into the crevices between every cell. At last, it comes to a halt at the back of my tongue, with a faint prickling pain. This is your magic. It issues from the heart, the weakest part of a mage's body, and finally condenses in the body part you use to wield your magic. Remember the way it flows. When you need to use it, let your consciousness trace that path backwards to your heart, and call upon the magic stored in your body. If you can't sense it, extreme emotions are a good way to pressure yourself and get your heart rate up. That's a bonus technique. As Kazematsuru finishes her calm speech, that chilly, syrupy feeling dissipates like a gust of wind. All that's left is the sudden, molten surge of magic in my mouth. I'm seized by a strange impulse to open my mouth, to speak. And I'm absolutely certain that I have the power to make those words on the tip of my tongue become an even greater reality. My mind is full to bursting. What should I say? My situation right now is so similar to how things were back then in the theater. Did the script's transformation happen because of me? Or was it? My brain feels like it's crammed inside a mortar, being pulverized into a sticky pulp. But my tongue moves faster than my mind. You must be calm. As soon as the last word tumbles out, the pain in my tongue fades. I hope it hasn't left a blister. There, I said it. An abrupt hush settles across the room. Kazematsuru's sudden silence makes me a little uneasy. I instinctively widen my eyes. Her expression is completely blank. But the next instant, she's back to the same severe manner I remember from our meeting at the theater, as if what I just saw was a mere illusion. She loosens her tight grasp of my hand and straightens up, moving a little stiffly. Sorry, I got kind of worked up there. You okay? My hand hurts a bit. Kazematsuru heaves a deep sigh. The filing cabinet casts a shadow over her features. I'll buy you something to eat, to make up for it. Sorry about that. Damn, that sure is something. Don't use your magic here, and don't go around showing it off in front of other people if you can't be sure they'll keep their mouths shut. Remember how that felt just now. You can practice a bit more if you have the time. After all, other mages won't be giving you time to meditate. Let's go, dinner date. Thanks for breaking my hand and teaching me about magic. Food, please? Food time with you, please? You have a whole lot of magical power. Your talent is greater than many people I've seen. You just need practice. She lets out another sound like a sigh. She seems to be doing that a lot today. And one last thing. She rests her hand on her uniform belt, then turns her palm upward. Suddenly something appears in her hand. It looks like a pink tentacle, its body giving the occasional squirm. It's a little slug! It's a little sluggy guy! What the heck? Slug unlocked! Oh, I love him. He's so doofy. This is a familiar. This time I can feel my face go rigid. Kazematsuru picks up the tentacle between her fingers. It seems docile enough. I watch it wriggle like a worm picked up by its neck. Do tentacles even have necks? It thrashes with all its might, like it's trying to escape the grip of the human hand. Little guy. Yeah, little guy. Familiars are also constructed, but there's no time to teach you that now. I'll go into it later. Familiars derive their abilities from their component materials and the magic used in the ritual. A long time ago, making familiars also required praying to the gods, but now that's been replaced by using purified materials. It works just as well. Most of them aren't harmless, and they aren't as small as this one here. If you run into a familiar, you'd better brace yourself. I gaze at the tentacle in Kazematsuru's hand, its tip flexing, slowly curling and unwinding again. I strive to suppress my instinctive revulsion for something so alien, but I get nowhere, so I have to stop looking at it. I'm trying not to be too rude, so I steel myself and let Kazematsuru finish before I speak. What can this familiar do? Kazematsuru's lips move and a wave of regret bears down on me. Well, since you ask, I'm going to put it in your eye. In my eye? Wait, what's this all of a sudden? I won't be gouging out your eye or blinding you. I'm not into that sort of thing. This thing has no offensive power. It's the safest type of familiar. Even when it enters your eye, it'll keep itself hidden. You won't feel any discomfort. I think you called it. It is basically a brain slug. Well, eye slug. I'm guessing she's gonna use it to be able to see out his eye while he's talking to the members of the troupe. Yay. Cool. Oh boy, my favorite. Kazematsuru hoists the familiar a little higher, treating me to a full view of its mouthless body and plump, glistening suckers. Its purpose is to boost your sensitivity to magic, so you can visually observe any spell traces and magical residue. That way you'll notice if a mage passes by. If you know who they are, you'll be on your guard, won't you? It'll help you stay safe. What is this game? Looks really interesting. This is called Taisho Romance Theater. You can tell because that's the category of the Twitch stream. It's also in the title. I have it pinned too in the chat. You can find it on itch.io or on Steam. They would prefer you click on the itch links. That way they can try and get it to no longer be delisted because of all the censorship going on over there. But you can access it anywhere. It is still a romance visual novel. Like there's like romance elements in it, but it's primarily like a mystery horror game set in Taisho era Japan. There's like fantasy creatures and stuff mixed in though, and like horror cultish elements and things like that. Would recommend. I'm enjoying it so far. Also, if you get attacked or stumble into someone else's atelier, it'll let me know your location and I'll come to your rescue. Not on PS5, so I watch you play it. You know what? Fair enough. Kaze Matsudo seems to be completely in earnest. Putting something into my eye still sounds incredibly dodgy, but I can tell from her words that she's deeply concerned with my personal safety. Does this just come with being a cop? Or did something happen before? Her brilliant eyes are trained on me, but no matter how I try, I can't discern any trace of a lie in their tranquil depths. It's rude to pry into someone else's past. I clamp down on the urge and turn back to the tentacle, which now lies motionless in Kaze Matsudo's hand, presumably worn out from struggling. I'm trying not to contemplate how it'll feel against my eye. Does it really have to go in my eye? Isn't there any other way? Most spells only last a short time, and anything of a longer duration takes a bit too much preparation. And if you just keep it with you, an observant mage will easily pick up on it. You're sure this is fine? Of course. I wouldn't get this wrong, even if just on account of the Sakuma family. The Sakuma family. Them again. Just what kind of family are they that people keep bringing them up? If I could have come back a little earlier and learned more, if I could remember what happened before, would things be different? If there's any way I can make up for it. Fine. I agree. But I don't want it to hurt too much. Ugh! Oh, yuck. Okay, I can't look at that. Anyways, Kaze Matsudo seems taken aback by my ready agreement as she reaches out and cups my face. Her gloves are coarse. Her calloused fingertips graze across my cheeks and slowly make their way to my right eye, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. Look away if you don't like eye stuff. Don't perceive it. Don't look at it. I'm not looking at it. No. No, please. When she peels open my eyelid with 2 fingers, I inadvertently choke on a mouthful of spit. My expanded field of vision can now clearly take in the incandescent light beaming down from the ceiling, and Kaze Matsudo's face approaching mine, eyes gleaming like gems. Yeah, shoutouts to the artist though. This is like really cool looking art. But also I'm die. Makes me think of the JoJo scene with the fishhook. Good thing I've never seen JoJo. I think I'd probably perish. Kaze Matsudo picks up the tentacle. Its fleshy pink body draws closer and closer to my eye. The tentacle uncoils, its tip languorously swaying in the air. My body grows taut with anxiety. I can feel Kaze Matsudo's breath and the stirring of the wind. Hold still. I force my eyes to stay open. My eyeballs swivel clumsily to the side. The tentacle is coming closer and closer, so close that I can make out the faint patterns on its skin. I don't think any psychological torture could beat this. The instant it settles on my eyeball, I instinctively blink. Everything goes dark. All I sense is that touch upon my eye, vivid and unmistakable. The tentacle is icy against my eyeball. Its suckers are fastened to the most vulnerable part of my head, like an insect's pincers pressing into rotten wood. Yuck, it's so visceral. I perish. But then it rapidly melts into my eye socket like water, dashing real tears from my eyes. I can't tell if any part of the familiar is washed out with them. The description. Oh, yummy. Oh, delicious. Scary. Finally, a faint sliver of light reappears. Only then do I notice that my right eye's vision is blurry, like I'm peering through a pink veil. Juxtaposed with my normal left eye, it feels surreal, as if the world has been split in two. Why can't I see clearly? As I ask my hesitant question, Kaze Matsudo's fingers shift from my eyelid to my eye socket. She helps to wipe away the reflexive tears that are still seeping out. The gestures seem so gentle, but I might just be imagining things. You'll be fine soon. It's still fusing. She sounds so calm. Her gaze lingers on my face for a long time, taking in every detail. I can't help but feel like a lab rat. I'm not sure how much time passes, but it must take a while. So long that the belated pangs of hunger start to gnaw at my stomach. Finally, the color obscuring my vision drains away, and everything once again looks the same as before. As my vision clears, my ears almost simultaneously pick up the rumbling of my stomach. I can't tell if Kazematsuru hears it too, but her lips do quirk upwards in a slight smirk. Can you see now? Yes. Then you can go. Go back and practice wielding your magic. Your body needs to get used to the traces of magic circulation. While you're doing that, I'll put the word out about you. Let me know as soon as a mage gets in touch. Kazematsuru pulls out a wallet from nowhere, extracts a stiff card, and thrusts it into my hand before I can refuse. It's an exquisitely crafted business card, with black lettering against a white background. It has a solid heft to it, and the embossed patterns graze subtly against my fingertips, like the touch of a chill wind. Her name, number, and address are printed neatly on the card. Under the dim light, I can see flecks of gold powder glistening amidst the ink. There's no other unnecessary embellishment. Shinbashi. A personal card? For a personal matter. Oh, right. I'll buy you dinner, too. You were getting hungry, weren't you? So she did hear the stomach. It's so freaking over, Kotori. I'm sorry, bro. Your stomach said rah, rah, rah. The memory of how yummy the flesh smelled is making me hungry again, says the stomach. As Kotori's like, bro, shut up, you're embarrassing me. Kazematsuru lets her impeccably straight back slouch a little, as if she's setting down a great weight. Her voice sounds more relaxed, too. Without that constant stern expression and graying hair, in this moment she finally evinces some of the lightness befitting her age. I know an izakaya around here that serves pretty good food. It makes for the perfect supper. Investigation or revenge. You can't do any of that on an empty stomach. Isn't that right? Before we leave, out of the corner of my right eye, I notice that my wrist is glimmering faintly with hazy traceries of blue and pink, like rippling water or silk threads. The patterns almost seem to intertwine, weaving into an intricate, unbroken... Guys, skein? Skein? Skine? Skein? Do I need to look this up? Second one? I don't know which one it was. I said like 6 just now. Skein? 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 Oh! Skein! Okay. Thank you. Unbroken skein. Got it. Cool. Sealing pronunciation, Skeen? No, it's skein. Thank you, though. Always worth a guess. It's fun to learn new words. Skein. Got it. He has said this word already, like, once before. Which means I'm probably going to have to say it again, so it's good that I'm learning. And Kazematsuru's collar also radiates gentle sparks of mingled blue and pink, like a gemstone under the light. Oh, hers is in, like, funky patterns, though. That's kind of neat. That's... See something weird? Yeah, some kind of glowing pattern. Ah, that's right. What you're seeing are the traces of your magic and mine. Remember, if you spot traces like this, that's when you have to beware of everything. Absolutely everything. Having said her piece, Kazematsuru shoves open the door of the archives. It suddenly dawns on me what her expression reminds me of. Like a person helplessly watching sand slip through their fingers, who suddenly catches sight of a life-saving straw. Why are you still standing around? Don't you want supper? My train of thought cut off, I reply by instinct. Coming. It's well into the night, but the police station is still a bright hub of teeming activity. Kazematsuru says nothing as we walk, and neither do I. I simply follow behind her, head bowed. I lose track of how many times I falter, but just as I'm about to speak, Kazematsuru suddenly stops walking. Oh. Hi. New guy alert. It's a weird word also used to describe geese or birds in flight too. Oh, interesting. Scan. I will memorize it. I'll do my best. I freeze, startled. Standing in front of us is a youth. He looks quite young and remarkably haughty. His feet are firmly planted, squarely blocking our way. So, you found more cannon fodder, Captain Kazematsuru? If I still had any doubts as to this youth's identity, his hostile greeting has cleared those up. Kazematsuru folds her arms. Even without seeing her face, I can hear the chill in her voice. That's none of your business, Kijimoto. This sort of provocation would work better on my father, if you could even get to see him in the first place. Your little brother is old enough to come stay with the main family now, isn't he? I've heard all about that boy's gifts, even here in Tokyo. How's that going? Getting worried yet? Who is this dude? What a big nose he has? Family. Someone from the Branch family, it seems. Powerless one? The youth's pale face gradually floods with red. I can hear the gnashing of his teeth. His nostrils flare and quiver, and his hands at his sides ball tight into fists. He's the picture of swelling fury, but under Kazematsuru's stare, he can't keep his voice from quaking. Is that supposed to scare me? He's just a little brat, and the main family still hasn't named you as heir. Isn't that because of your screw-up? You think you're any better off than me? I frown. No matter what, he's taking things a bit too far, and it's obvious that he doesn't intend to let us go anytime soon. But... Officer Kazematsuru, who is he? I briefly skim through the roles I've played before and let my brows furrow more perceptively. Are all the police in this precinct so rude and so determined to waste other people's time? What a shame. This officer looks like a competent enough sort, but clearly he just puts on a good show, and I can't make head or tail of all his babbling. It's a little alarming. Maybe he should go to the hospital? Kijimoto's already flushed face takes on the even deeper hue of a drunk man. His brows shoot up, and he glares daggers at me as if he's on the verge of flinging curses. The words that come hurtling from his mouth make my eardrums twinge in discomfort. And who the hell are you? Where do you get off insulting me? Me? I'm just a regular person who happens to know a few news reporters, and who can't get home because you're pestering me. Really, when Officer Kazematsuru invited me here to go over the situation, I never thought I'd run into something like this. If word got out, it'd give the public quite a bad impression of Ginza, or even Tokyo. Where would we be then? Sure, go on about all the people you know. You're probably just some con man. Kijimoto's eyes are quivering, but his voice blares as loud as ever. He seems to be trying to regain his dignity with all this bluster. Is that so? Then how about you give Editor-in-Chief Asano a call at the Labor News? Ask him if he's heard of some fellow called Kotori Sakuma. Wait, Sakuma? Your name is Sakuma? He doesn't dare to keep speaking. Or to put it another way, he's weak by nature, and as soon as anyone might be able to take him down, even if he claims not to believe it, he won't have the courage to put it to the test. Damn, get his ass. Kazematsuru flings out her last words. They make Kijimoto's entire body go rigid. So you got in my way just to waste Sakuma-san's and my precious time. All this stubborn wrangling isn't going to make your walnut-sized brain any smarter. Ooh, she called that shit a walnut! That's just fucking tiny, tiny brain, tiny man! Damn, get him. After so many years in Tokyo, you still haven't grown at all. It's a real shame. Also, if I let my father know that you were making a scene here, throwing your name around, disgracing the Special Investigation Division and the entire precinct, well, you'd better think through how this might hurt your chances against your brother. Scram. Get out of our way. The way you, rambled off. That was silly. Kazematsuru waves him away brusquely. Through my right eye, I watch a flurry of pink wind send the youth reeling. He staggers back a few steps, clearing our path. As I walk past that Kijimoto-san, now cowed into silence, Kazematsuru grabs me by the arm and we leave him behind us. Okay, bye. We walk along the street, stepping on snow compacted by countless footsteps. The scents of liquor and nightfall swirl like vapors over a cauldron. Kazematsuru easily weaves her way through one alleyway after another. If she weren't still in her uniform, I'd have no way of telling that this is the very same stern-faced police officer. After we cross a few more stretches of pitch-black ice, an izakaya appears before us, glowing with warm lamplight. Kazematsuru pushes open the curtain, and the aromas of tonkotsu and fried food billow out, mingled with a cloud of steam that makes my eyes sting. It's a small shop, so the seats and customers all seem to be crowded into close quarters. Kazematsuru leads me to a pair of seats at the corner of the bar, completely ignoring the curious glances in our direction. Salted edamame, cold tofu, and... udon with meat topping. I won't be drinking. How about you? My stomach declares its hunger with perfect candor, but my brain, still stuffed full of corpses and mangled limbs, reflexively recoils from too much rich food. After some hesitation, I point at the sign that reads Tororo Udon. And barley tea. Thank you. While we're waiting for our food, Kazematsuru taps lightly on the table to draw my attention. What is it? In response, she props her head on her hand, gazing into the wispy mist that hangs over the bar. She lowers her voice. What he said, it's true. I have been keeping something from you. And now that I'm thinking about it more calmly, you have the right to know what you've been dragged into. But this is the only time I can speak honestly about it. Do you want to hear it? It's probably better if you know. I nod. There's no change in Kazematsuru's expression, and her tone remains the same. I doubt she saw my movement. Perhaps she just wants to say it. Where do I start? 5 years ago, right after I took charge of this division, there was a string of magical attacks in Tokyo. The victims were ambushed and abducted, and then turned into twisted, deformed monsters. They had nearly the same powers as mages who undergo complete reversion. They were highly destructive and almost immortal, and barely retained any sanity. Back then, it made a huge stir. When we tracked down the person behind all this, it turned out to be a black mage who worshipped that so-called Lord Octopteropes. I have to slow down when I read that word. I know I said I would be doing that because it's a hard word to say, but like, bleh. Lord Octopteropes is just like what you've seen. 8 wings and 8 eyes, feathers like fresh snow, eyes like emeralds. There's no record of such a deity in Japan, or in any other East Asian country for that matter, so its followers are designated as a cult. But they're a cunning lot. We were fooled so many times by the false trails they laid for us. And in the end, I'm guessing they got sick of the fuss. That black mage made the first move and appeared before me and my team. She was an elderly woman, getting on in years. Kazematsuru seems to be taking a deep breath, but halfway through, it turns into a sigh of resignation. The Special Investigation Division was a brand new unit. My father put the most into it, hoping to use it to restore the family's glory. With no one else stepping up, it was only natural to put me in charge. And apart from me, it was just a bunch of rookies the government dug up. Like you, they suddenly found themselves saddled with these blessings. They didn't know the first thing about the world of mages. They weren't sharp enough, or alert enough, or ruthless enough, or strong enough. Being too soft-hearted got everyone killed. I was the only one who barely got away. He's right about that. She laughs. Her face is reflected in the brown barley tea, wavering and indistinct through the layers of ripples. But she, or the people backing her, they weren't people the Kazematsu family could touch. That was when I learned that sometimes power is more useful than the magic you know. I regret it. But what good does regret do? I can't let this go. That's why no matter what, even if it means dragging innocent people into this, I have to see her dead. I don't care if she's protected by wealth or power or the other families. If I can't make her confess her crimes in the open, I'll fall back on the older ways. She stays perfectly calm to the very end, just as she said. But for some reason, I feel as if all those turbulent emotions are roiling beneath her icy surface. The rest will give anyone nightmares. You wouldn't enjoy it. Kazematsu's voice sinks and fades. I think of Hatsuyuki's calm expression, her face that will never smile again, and the anguish of the Kotori Sakuma buried deep within my heart, wallowing in tears. This raw confession strikes a chord with me. If that explosion on the train wasn't an accident, but had a culprit, I think I would do the same as her. You told me before that all I have to do is find them, or wait for them to get in touch and then give you the information. That's right. And the rest, all that dangerous stuff. I'll handle it. It's got nothing to do with you. So at least you don't have to feel guilty about me. You've got a real sharp tongue, you know. A few moments later, the piping hot food is served. Ooh, food! Yummy! That does look really good. Okay, enough of that. Time to eat. Kazematsu jabs her chopsticks into the noodles and stirs, releasing a cloud of dense fragrance. I look down as well. The Totoro udon sitting before me exudes the refreshing scent of seafood. The yam of the Totoro is a cluster of pale white fluff, like a miniature cloud. I put a few strands of noodles into my mouth. The broth is steaming hot with just the right amount of salt. The flavor which soaks into my tongue is a mild but satisfyingly rich sweetness. An udon, like any other noodle, is so soft under the layer of Totoro that it splits at the slightest touch. It goes down easily, gliding smoothly through my mouth and throat, filling my hollow stomach, soothing my uneasy heart. It's as if my turbulent emotions can find some brief rest here. The events at the police station snapped me out of the mourning I was submerged in. Now I should have the courage to tell everyone what happened today. Ah, this shop really is the best. I'm finally warming up a bit. How about you? What do you think? Kazematsu's food practically disappeared in the blink of an eye. She elegantly dabs at her lips, drains her cup of barley tea, and then begins to peel the edamame, making a little pile of their shells in the saucer. The taste and smell are both fine. So are the portions. When she hears this, her eyes crinkle, and she lets out an unrestrained bark of laughter. What a posh young master we have here! It's okay. No one's going to complain if you can't finish. I hadn't expected her to pick up on that, but... Anyway, thank you for the treat. Whew. I have to, like, pause between scenes to drink water. Blip, 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 blip. I have maybe like a third of my Stanley of water left. I will probably have to refill it in a bit though with how much I am drinking. Thank you for the posture check. My posture's pretty good, actually. Good reading, by the way. Thank you. Ugh. Trying to keep it engaging for the people that are using me as the second monitor content. Doing my best, doing my best. Ugh. Okay. I politely declined Kazematsuru's offer to send me back to the troop. Cinching my coat tight, I hurry back before the warmth fades and the snow starts again. It might just be my imagination, but the snow lining the street seems unusually bright tonight. When I turn into the narrow alley, what awaits me is a serene hush. The floorboards creak as I push the door open. The snow outside is still thin on the ground. In contrast, the shadows and silence pool deep and dark within the room. It's completely still, as if no one is here. Why are the lights out? Kazuya? Not a single sound stirs in the house, only the dull thud of my voice against the floorboards. Weird. It's been a whole day. He should be done with the investors by now. Emote only chat? Okay. Hold on. Let me look at how long that needs to be for. 2 minutes, it said? Okay. I will need to set a 2-minute timer so I don't forgore. But I will send you guys to jail. Enjoy jail, Twitch. I can't do emote only on YouTube, so it is what it is. Okay. Goodbye. 2 minutes starting now. JK, not starting now. I don't have the timer up. There we go. Starting now. Have fun in prison. Use your emotes, I guess. Go crazy. Be good over there. Okay. Kazuya? I have to talk to you. Are you there? I raise my voice a little, but there's still no reply. Naniwa-kun? Aburatani-kun? Miyako-san? Silence diffuses through the empty house, washing over my face with waves of darkness. Behind me lies the doorway and lamplight, still within reach, but the viscous tendrils of fear are growing, sneaking their way up my ankles. The faint unease that has lurked in my heart since the police station finally swells, its bestial maw gaping wide enough to swallow me whole. I pray silently to every god I can think of, but fate responds with unjust malice. In this darkness, I spy something on the floor. A jumbled pile of shapes, slumped over like sacks stuffed with cotton and straw. My stomach, which had barely settled, clenches again at this absurdly blatant prank. The faint scent of snow from outside has already dissipated in the room's warmth. As I shuffle forward, what reaches my nose instead is a hint of rust. A bitter, salty sweet whiff of metal. I fumble for the light switch. I flick it on. And what sears itself into my sight is a sea of familiar faces, sprawled on the floor, motionless. Okay, just in time for you guys to grieve. Let's frickin' go, gamers. Welcome back. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, remember how I said I wanted everyone to survive? I think no one survived. Naniwa, who bumped into me when I got out of the car, now lies quietly in a corner, Kazuya's briefcase next to him. He's as ghastly pale as the lifeless Hatsuyuki, as everyone else lying here. The people whom I knew so well, with whom I spent every day for a year or even longer. It's like they've all conspired to stage a cruel joke. But no matter how I shake their limp bodies, I can't summon those familiar voices. The floor at the foot of the stairs is stained with dark splotches. In the lamplight, they gleam a baleful crimson, almost black. I've lost track of how I pushed my way into each room. At first, I still harbored a sliver of hope, just enough to knock and wait for a possible response. But the silence spreads like a pestilence, peeling away that mannered facade of self-deception. Absolute silence drives one mad, and the blaze roaring through my heart almost sears away the last thread tethering me to sanity. My body seems to act of its own accord. All I can muster are ragged breaths, so loud and harsh they drown out the deafening silence. Behind so many doors lie the dead, scattered everywhere I look. Bodies limp like puppets with severed strings. Opening each door is like unveiling a crudely made diorama. Let's go, he's going insane, let's go! He's going crazy! He's going sick with it! Oh my god! They loll on the beds, fingers still clasping books that now sink into the soft carpet. Their bodies are grotesquely wedged between Baroque chairs and desks, contorted into arcs worthy of a dancer. The heavy, turbulent sweetness of rotting fruit now spreads unchecked. It seeps through the corridor, mingling with the aromas of fresh-cut flowers and welcoming incense, swelling my almost frozen brain until it's fit to burst. I mechanically inspect the rooms one by one, growing numb to finding bodies behind every door. Maybe I'm no different from the mythical Grim Reaper, who claims a life with every door he opens. What torments me most of all is that I can't find Kazuya. Before I know it, I've moved from the first to the third floor. The interval seems to have vanished into some monstrous maw. When I regain my senses, my hand is already resting on the final doorknob. The room I fled from last night. Why is this happening? Who is so determined to rob me of the only people I have left? The only people I love? It's pitch black inside the room. The blinds are drawn so tightly that not even a sliver of moonlight peeks through. Only the acrid odor of disinfectant fills the air. I grope across the wall for a while before finding the switch. With a crisp click, everything I once imagined and prayed would never come true is laid bare beneath the sterile white light, gleaming with a spectral chill. The operating table is draped in creased pale green gauze, marked with old but still conspicuous bloodstains. Those surgical tools that once carved and stitched flesh now lie, quiescent? Yeah, I guess, quiescent in a tray. And atop a stack of gauze rests a small lump of something soft and rancid. Limp, spongy, and bitter to the taste. Easily ground to small pieces by teeth. Cognac. Why did he taste it? He had to know. He had to know. My arm itches. As I shift, a feather falls from my sleeve. I have no idea when it got in there. A feather with an emerald green shaft and a dazzling white plume. It's a lot like that monster's feather, but strangely enough, I feel no fear. I doubt it matters much compared to everything before me. Calling this an operating room would be a stretch. The space is cramped. A single turn of the head and a flick of the eyes makes an unpleasant truth abundantly clear. There's no one here. This is probably where Hatsuyuki lay and was cut open over and over. As far as I can make out, the room has been tidied. There's almost no remaining trace of who the other person might have been. Beside the operating table stands a medicine cabinet. It's full of bottles and jars, all labeled with printed tags. Opening the cabinet, I turn the labels toward me one by one. I mostly find glass bottles marked as alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin. But one test tube, half full of transparent liquid, is devoid of any label, except a tiny trace of glue that wasn't quite peeled off. The test tube is corked tight. After a struggle, I manage to pry it open, and I will come to regret this 1,000 times over. The smell? Why this, of all things? From the yellowed test tube gushes that cloying reek of rotting fruit. As I return to the first floor, my steps feel weightless, like I'm walking on clouds. I've come unmoored from reality. Why did I never realize? There were so many seams showing, so much that could have given it away. But I just kept blundering around like a fool. All I did was squander the life they had left and snuff out their burning candles, with absolutely nothing to show for all that wasted time. Whether it was an accident or deliberate, as I stand in this house that lies silent as a tomb, I know I cannot forgive whoever caused this. And myself, for standing by and watching it happen. The air bears down on me, heavy with dark emotions. I seem to be teetering on the edge of a precipice. If only I could change all of this. Right! I still have magic! My magic! I can... Summoning every scrap of strength within me, I open my mouth and force the air out between my lips. Everyone is alive! Nothing happens. Everyone in the Emerald Eye Troop survived the train crash! I'm swallowing a ball of scorching flame. The heat hovers in my skull, incinerating my brain, my tongue, my vocal cords. But tragically, wretchedly, there's nowhere for it to go. Ever since I found out about magic, there's been a hidden reservoir of pride in my heart. But now it rises only to suffocate me. Nothing is happening. Naniwa, Aburatani, and Miyako are still lying there, motionless. They must be long dead. Even longer than I realized. Far too long to bring them back. I want to weep, but my tear ducts have been seared dry as well. When I unfasten Naniwa's clothes, my numb fingers don't quite obey. The buttons slip through my fingers twice, staying stubbornly lodged in the buttonholes. It takes me about 3 minutes, or maybe 5. I've lost track. Time crawls by as if my sheer focus is slowing it to a halt. Peeling off the heavy winter clothes reminds me of what I've read in books, about the engrossing process of preparing winter bamboo shoots. Ugh, yuck. Yuck. Ugh. Oh, that's awful. And when my fingers make contact with the cool, yielding skin, what comes to mind is the cream I smear on my face for stage makeup, slick and warming quickly with body heat. But here there are no bamboo shoots and no fragrant creams. Only burn marks, lacerations, raw oozing flesh hidden beneath long sleeves and, running across the abdomen, scars from repeated slicing and stitching. That's all I see, and that alone is enough. I'm seized by an inexplicable urge to laugh out loud, but my lips refuse to curl into a smile. How unbecoming of a skilled actor to not be able to command his muscles. My eyes are stinging. I keep them wide open. Not a single tear escapes. So that's how it is. So, I was the only one, fooled by you all, this whole time. I wish you could still talk. Then you could tell me what happened. I don't need you to look after me. I just want you all to be alive and well. I dress Naniwa again. Nearby, Kazuya's briefcase lies askew. Its leather strap has snapped, and the buckle has split open, revealing a small crack stained with fresh blood. I wipe it with my sleeve, but it won't come off. The interior of the briefcase glitters with the same blue patterns I've seen before, and it abruptly occurs to me that something is off. Man. Also, what do you call it? The image that's in, like, their silhouettes now? Like, what are we... Am I supposed to get something from this? Is this just, like, random stock images? It's supposed to represent, like... What is that? What is that? Like, it looks like a cliffside, kind of. Like, this one kind of looks like a cliffside. And then there's, like a belt here? Or, like, a something? Like a noose? Or a... I don't know what it's supposed to be. A location that'll show later? Maybe. It's just interesting that it's showing up like this now. I guess is why I'm pointing it out. Because before these were solid silhouettes, but now they're, like, see-through. I wish I could understand. Good at understanding text, not good at understanding images. I'm a bit, I fear. Anyways. These are traces of magic. But it seems that everyone was a living corpse, just like Hatsuyuki. So why is it that apart from Kazuya's briefcase, my right eye can only see a spotlessly clean room? Could be the brain slug. All at once, I break out in a cold sweat. Did someone come back here? I try to fasten the buckle and lift it. The briefcase is light, almost too light, but it's clearly smashed beyond repair. The fragile hinges can't bear the weight and it bursts wide open, both halves swinging in the air. A photo frame hits the ground, its thud muted by the soft carpet. Apart from that, the briefcase is completely empty. The exposed lining is a dull black which seems to swallow all the glaring brightness that overwhelms me. Even the patterns of light go dim within this blackness. That's all? What is this? I flip the frame right side up. Sealed behind the pristine glass is a photograph. I'm going to eat a candy gun. I'm going to eat a chocolate gun. What if I just broke down and sobbed? Literally me! He doesn't deserve this! Protect my son! I want to hold Kotori close to my chest and just, like, protect him from all of this, because what the frick? No, this sucks. Ugh! Okay. Alright, I'm locking in. A group photo of the troupe. One I have no memory of. Everyone is beaming widely. The meadow and unfamiliar wildflowers behind them look so soft, even in the monochrome hues. Taken spring 1918. How did everything change in just one day? No, he's crying! He's crying! No, my Pookie! Not like this, dude! Bro. No. Let's go. Yeah, sorry, Beep Beeps. You've missed a lot. You missed a lot. A lot happened. I don't even know where to start. Crying from the eye without the familiar. Yeah, now he's got real tears. Let's go. I wipe the dust off the glass with my clothes and hands, but my fingers tremble so much that even gripping the smooth frame feels like lifting an impossibly heavy boulder. Wiping it is grueling, and it still seems just as dirty to me. I scrub until my stiff fingertips start to ache. Only then does it look a little cleaner. This should do. I splay the briefcase across my lap and replace the polished photo frame inside. The soft velvet lining grazes my fingers, then snags them slowly drawing them deeper and deeper. That feeling surges through my veins again. The familiar sensation that something is pulling me towards it. This is... The next instant, the world dissolves in a whirl. Darkness devours my vision. I'm seized by a brief, unrelenting weightlessness that scrambles every thought in my mind, leaving me dizzy and reeling, too feeble to even vomit. At last, a pinpoint of light pierces the veil of darkness, and I feel something cold and hard beneath me. It seems that this storm-tossed vessel has finally drifted to a halt. Trauma the game. Real. Real. I'm lying on a damp stone surface. The air is thick with the scent of moss and soil after rain. Vast rock faces tower on either side of me. Their lower reaches are studded with ancient torches. On the higher cliffs loom crude carvings of massive figures, their features long since worn away by the elements. I strain my eyes, peering upwards. All I can see is a narrow strip of sky wedged between the cliff faces, extending endlessly beyond sight. Some dim light trickles down, but even combined with the torches, these depths remain shrouded in darkness. Every cranny is filled with the flickering shadows of boulders. What's going on? Where am I? I struggle to my feet. My clothes are sodden with muddy water. It feels unpleasant, even disgusting. Still, I have no choice but to keep them on against the fleeting gusts of wind. After taking a look around, I'm almost certain this is the atelier Kazematsu was talking about. I remember I was touching Kazuya's briefcase. My confusion deepens. Kazuya has always had that briefcase ever since my memories began afresh. Could he and Hatsuyuki both be hiding something from me? No. I need to get out of here first and ask him. He has to know something. Buddy, I think you have all the evidence you need in front of you. I mean, I guess he's swimming deep in denial, but like, you have all the evidence in front of you that he's clearly a mage. Maybe you haven't necessarily put together the fact that he's the scary evil mage, but like, he's a mage. Why else would he be carrying around a whole atelier? Brother! Your brain, King! Use it! It's okay. It's okay. I'm here to yell at the screen. I have no bearing on the story. All I can do is yell at the screen. I take a few tentative steps forward. I can keenly feel the puddles and moss slick beneath my feet, clinging to my soles, ready to send me sprawling if I put a foot wrong. As I follow the line of torches, now and then something briefly obscures the light overhead. When I look up, I catch sight of shadows, minuscule or massive. Or sometimes it's a ripple of emerald green, flickering from light to dark. As I gaze at that swath of green, the tugging sensation grows stronger. My heart is pounding so hard it almost bursts out of my chest, until the color finally fades away. It's not at all like the labyrinth of dangers Kazematsu described. This space belongs to Kazuya. And just like him, it simply listens in silence to the echo of my footsteps. I'm not sure how long I walk before a sprawling mass of boulders blots out the strip of sky. Before me appears a plain white torii gate, flickering with blue light like a burning flame. The dev could release this game's story as an all-text book on the side. The descriptive text and writing in general is great for visualization. I think some of the choice elements would be a bit lost if it was released as a book. If they were going to release a book, they would have to have like a set narrative flow, which would like canonize a particular route. Would be a bit difficult. Granted, I've barely had to make choices in this demo. It has just been a lot of reading, but there still are elements where you would have to like make choices, and that can be kind of hard to present in a book format before you say, oh, but Goosebumps. Well, Goosebumps had the choices be a lot simpler. VN to choose your own adventure book? Yeah, basically. But I get what you mean. It It does feel like this could be a book on its own. They have really good imagery and, like, command of language. They've also utilized metaphor alongside simile in a lot of ways that I really like. Usually, people kind of just choose one, and most of the time they choose simile. Not many people can actually pull off metaphors. So I kind of vibe with it. I really like this writing style. It's very good. Tickles the brain nicely. Which is why I'm trying my best to do justice when I read it. I'm doing my best, but I'm also just a little guy. It softly beckons to me, silently inviting my touch. My pulse and breath both quicken. Spoken like a true creative writing major? Yes. It's not a choice-heavy game, not many meaningful choices yet for the prologue, but later the route and endings will depend on choices. Okay. Makes sense. As per usual, very long common route. Very long common route to set up the story. I understand. I've played Buster Fellows, I've been there. Thank you for that. Yeah, of course. I always do my best to make these things engaging, both to like elevate the actual like game and narrative to where it should be, but also because if you have me on as the second monitor, I need to be able to put my whole acting energy into like justifying the story within the text. Especially for those who can't look over and see the art. I have to try and lock in and make it descriptive and fun. Okay. That translucent blue seems to be reeling my heart in. I step towards it and a familiar dizziness washes over me once again. Oh, so you're back. I've been looking all over for you. Sakuma-kun! Sakuma-kun, wakey wakey! Sleeping on the floor is bad for you. A voice drifts into my ears, distant but crystal clear. Ugh. Ah, you're finally awake. Gotta bounce, thanks for the stream. Okay, have a good rest of your day. When I open my eyes, the first floor has completely transformed. The bodies strewn on the ground have all vanished, as have the bloodstains. Everything is spotless under the bright lamplight, as if nothing ever happened. A familiar figure stands before me, blocking most of the lamp's glare. The briefcase which was in my lap now dangles from their hand. The strap and buckle are still broken, but somehow the case is neatly clasped shut. Hamado-sensei, what are you doing here? I was planning to have a chat with Mochitsuki-kun about a few things. But when I got here, yikes, that scared the living daylights out of me. And when I came back, there you were. Why did you fall asleep sitting here? And opening Mochitsuki-kun's briefcase? You really shouldn't do that. I wasn't asleep. Where did they all go? You mean the children? I've taken them to a safe place. Don't worry, those pesky little flies won't come buzzing around anytime soon. Flies? So Hatsuyuki is with those people. That's a bit tricky, but it's not really our problem. They'll probably say she dropped dead from acute illness or something. They always do. The point is that neither you nor the troop will have anything to do with it. What did you say? You know what happened to everyone, don't you? Tell me, I need... Before I can get my words out, Hamado-sensei swiftly cuts me off with a smile. What they say next makes my hair stand on end and drives all my questions out of my mind. But, more importantly, there's something you need to know. Kazuya is in the hospital. What? When I showed up, he was just here. Right where you were standing. Looks like somebody really roughed him up. He was so worn out he couldn't even talk to me, poor thing. I had business with him, but alas, he doesn't play along as nicely as you do. I just couldn't wake him up, so I had to take him to the hospital first. Do you want to go visit? The doctor said he'll probably be asleep all day, so be sure to keep it down.
Where is he?
Not too far from here. Let me think. Yes, it was the Tokyo GK Hospital, room 201. If you're going, I won't see you out, but you won't be bringing this along. Just tell Kazuya I borrowed it. As Hamado speaks, they give the briefcase a little shake. A smile is vivid on their face. I haven't even had any room to think, but I can't dwell on all this now. Got it. Goodbye then. Oh, by the way, I've never been inside. Let me know when you have a moment. How is the view in the case?
Hamado has to know something. Forget it. Kazuya's situation comes first. As for Hatsuyuki and the troop, I'll bring that up later once he's awake. It's not far to the station. The bright streets are bathed in moonlight, and snow is piled high on both sides of the road, reflecting the glow of the streetlights.
Considering it's still nighttime, are you even going to be able to get in, brother? It's, probably way past visiting hours.
As I keep gazing, everything slowly gains an illusory quality, like I'm slipping further and further away from this nighttime scene. My eyes start to sting, a sign of impending pain. On such a cold night, rickshaws are sparse. I stand next to the streetcar sign. The icy wind whips through the hollows of my bones, whisking away any trace of warmth. But this blast of cold is much needed. That, or perhaps certain other things, is helping to cool my head. I pull my collar tight. My shoes crunch on the thick snow. The stop gradually comes into view on a nearby street, but my footsteps grow slower and slower as I walk. There are just too many doubts swarming chaotically in my brain. Hamado said Kazuya was still resting at the hospital. He should have gotten to rest a long time ago, but not like this. Both of them must have some connection to the mage who made the living corpses. But just how much do they know about the train derailment? Or rather... what on earth am I thinking? I can't keep dwelling on this. Night has fallen over the streets of Ginza. There are far fewer pedestrians out after dark than during the day, but it's still a livelier scene than you'd find in any other city. The storefront gas lamps blaze in the darkness, throwing the brand new Western-style facades into sharp relief. The streetcar is taking its time. I stare at the pale snow before me, sinking into a reverie. Then the entry curtain of a nearby shop swings open. A wave of warmth issues forth, especially pronounced in this winter night. The cold wind carries an unfamiliar voice to my ears. It's a young woman, speaking in a tone familiar from so many meetings with investors. Her voice is strained with a myriad of suppressed emotions, but she's still doing her best to be scrupulously polite.
Too much? Oh no, not at all. I only had a drop. Just here is fine. My driver is waiting nearby. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you'll consider what we discussed earlier about the middle school.
I turn and see several young men and women stepping out of the shop, smiling with a cool distance that is instantly recognizable. After exchanging the typical farewell pleasantries, they don their coats and depart in 2s and 3s. The last remaining person is a woman dressed in a pink suit. As soon as the others have left, the smile vanishes from her face. Her lips curl downward, and her brows furrow in slight dissatisfaction. The weariness she now exudes is at odds with her age and her elegant outfit. Finally, she scrubs her hands across her face, exhaling a cloud of white breath. I look away, putting these strangers and their seemingly less than pleasant drinking party out of my mind.
The car still isn't here.
I hear someone trudging through the snowdrifts, their footsteps heading towards me in fits and starts. Soon, the woman's voice I heard earlier speaks again, now right behind me.
Are you waiting for the streetcar? At this hour, it's going to be a while.
I turn. The woman lifts the brim of her hat slightly to reveal her face. Her bearing is dignified as she stands before me, scanning my haggard visage with her weary but bright eyes. But I have absolutely no recollection of that face. You're Kotori Sakuma, aren't you? It's a declaration. She speaks with her arms folded, her slender brows knitted once again. As if her stare might bore right through me, into the snowy landscape at my back and all the way to the streetcar some unfathomable distance away. I'm sorry, do I know you? Her next words catch in her throat and her eyes fly wide open. I can practically see "so it's true and it wasn't a lie after all" written across her every feature. Are you serious? Never mind. I'm Yayoi Sakurai. Sakurai. Off the top of my head, the only thing that name brings to mind is the Sakurai family. Or more accurately, corporation. They hopped on board the Meiji Restoration a few decades ago and made a fortune in textiles and foreign trade. But compared to other influential or well-connected families, the Sakurai family, while endowed with eye-watering wealth, lacked what was truly important to the upper class: a pedigree. I see. She scrutinizes my expression before slowly parting her lips again. Yes, that's right. One of those Sakurai. I rack my brains but can't remember having run afoul of a fine young lady like this. And I don't think the troupe has ever received any related investments. Sakurai pinches the sleeve of her suit. The sleeves of her suit, sorry. They're studded with a pair of sapphire cufflinks that flash in the lamplight. The jewels' hues glow clear in their golden settings, and they scintillate bright as flame. These are indeed befitting of a daughter of the Sakurai family. But perhaps in an attempt to emphasize their lavishness, the cufflinks are encrusted in so much gold ornament it overshadows the sapphires. That seems like a waste of such fine gems. Sakurai purses her lips. A trace of regret enters her expression. I wanted to see you. I thought they were lying to me, since after all... No, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. You don't know me, and that's for the best. If anyone asks, just say we didn't meet tonight. It'll be better for both of us. If you're waiting here, I must be keeping you from something else, yes? And it's so cold out. I'll give you a lift. Think of it as an apology. As I mentioned, at this hour, it'll be ages before the streetcar shows up. You're going to be frozen solid. Perhaps because I'm engrossed in my own bizarre thoughts, Sakurai's behavior doesn't strike me as unusual. She's even giving me some breathing room to sort through my feelings. That's not a bad thing. Since I remember nothing, and this is all clearly a hindrance to her, it must have something to do with my forgotten surname. If so, it'd be best if we owe each other nothing. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to GK Hospital.
Oh? Very well.
Here's my car. Let's go. A black car slowly comes to a stop at the side of the road, and a young woman gets out and opens the back door. Sakurai signals to me to board, then she herself settles into the passenger seat. To GK Hospital. No, wait, is there a flower shop near the hospital? We'll head there first. A flower shop? You can't visit a patient empty-handed, and you don't seem to be in that much of a hurry, yes? You could do with smelling some flowers, too. You look so frightful. You need to let yourself relax. But there won't be any flower shops open this late. Sakurai pauses at my words, then bursts out laughing. I can tell you're new in town. This is Ginza in Tokyo. You can always buy anything. Once her laughter fades, she turns to glance at the woman turning the crankshaft on the car. The woman has one arm planted on the hood of the car, her sleeve rolled up to the elbow. She seems to be pressing down quite hard. Before we got to Tokyo, our assigned driver chatted with us from time to time. According to him, each time you start the car, you have to manually insert the crank into the front of the car and turn it several times. But cranking the lever takes a lot of strength, and you have to be careful it doesn't kick back and break your fingers once the engine starts. It's a job that calls for the utmost concentration, and few people take it on. At the time, I thought he was just trying to justify a higher fee, but now it seems he was telling the truth. Is she your driver? Yes. A bead of sweat forms on the woman's forehead. Her teeth are gritted, her cheeks bulging. Sakurai simply casts her gaze further down the road, not looking at either me or the driver. Her voice lowers as well. Is there something you'd like to say? Come on, I don't bite. Nothing. As long as you pay her wages and she does the work, it's all fine. The car rumbles thunderously, and the seats jolt before settling back into a milder vibration that doesn't make my head spin. With a belch of steam, the engine comes to life. Having started the car, the woman returns to the driver's seat. Sakurai's shoulders relax and she leans back against the headrest. We have to get going before it starts snowing again. The car grinds through the accumulated snow on both sides of the street, churning up flakes like goose down. They crumble into tiny particles that flutter through the air like a miniature snowfall, landing in the bare ruts in the car's wake. The woman drives steadily. The scenery slowly scrolls by outside the window. The car passes through an intersection, drawing ever closer to the hospital. Winter in Tokyo is colder than I expected. Oh? It's true. This year is a little out of the ordinary. We haven't had such heavy snows before. At least nothing that would pile up so high in a few hours. Sakurai gestures to indicate the height. Some of the earlier tension is slowly ebbing from her voice. I wonder why. Your troop just got here from Kyoto, yes? It'll take a while to adjust, and that's normal. The upside is that when you do want snow, you don't have to go out of your way to sightsee. As she spoke, her gaze flits across the shops outside, which still show no sign of winding down for the day. Finally, the car stops at the door of a small flower shop. Traces of snow are slowly melting on the tiles of the shop entrance. The small space before the doorway is illuminated by a warm yellow lamp. Peering through its glow in the misted windows, I can make out the blurry contours of the flowers within. This will do. Let's get out. The flower shop is suffused with the scents of fresh flowers and leaves, and a hint of spice. She's very pretty. This CG makes her look very pretty. The breeze stirred by the opening door wafts these aromas towards me. The warm air gently caresses my taut nerves, leaving traces of fragrance. Sakurai easily weaves her way through the display cases, moving past the organza, washi paper, and wrapping ribbon. She stands head bowed among the glass jars of fresh-cut flowers, surveying them intently. For someone who's ill, I think. Lilies, carnations, and... Oh, they have snowdrops here too. That's rare. They look fresh as well. How about getting some of these and arranging them in a basket? Are snowdrops suitable for the sick? In the language of flowers, they represent hope and vitality. And besides, they don't have a strong smell. I think it should be fine. How about you? Hope and vitality, huh? Let's go with that. Thank you. Sakurai calls over the shop owner. Besides that handful of white blossoms, their heads drooping like wind chimes, she asks for several other common flowers. As the scissors snip away busily, I reach for my wallet, but she stops me. I was the one who suggested coming here. Consider it my treat. But... She shakes her head. Her expression is tinged with a smile and a sort of affable ease. It seems somewhat out of place given that we've only just met. Sakurai must know that as well as I do. Quit. Snizzers. I'm probably... I know I talked up a big game just a little bit ago about trying to push through to finish the game, but I think my voice is dying, and since I have a whole other VN that I have to play later, I might need to stop after this scene. Like, once we transition to the next spot, I'll probably have to save. I wanted to finish it, but my voice is dying. I can't push. Not when we have so many more visual novels to read. But yeah, I will at least get through the rest of this scene, though, so we can get to a good transition point. But perhaps late-night fatigue dissolves certain boundaries, and so that smile stays poised on her lips. Or take it as a thank you gift for our conversation earlier. I really enjoyed your reactions. Ma'am, your flowers are ready. The shop owner holds out a basket. Sakurai picks it up and thrusts it into my arms somewhat brusquely. The soft, fragrant flower petals tickle my nose, and for a moment I can't find the words to refuse. My stupefied look must be quite amusing. Sakurai finishes paying and looks over at me. Once again, she doesn't suppress the upward quirk of her lips. It was a lot of talking in a deeper voice, which does usually conserve, but it's just a lot of talking, period. Well, why are you still standing there gawking? Let's go. The car's already running. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we'll call it here. I will save. We will probably be coming back to this game at some point, though, because this has been a very enjoyable read. I really like it. Okay, but I've made my save. So later I will be playing Okami Okami, which is another Japanese myth-focused game. It's got like the old-fashioned Japanese aesthetic that suits me, Yuno Hanaki, very, very well. So that'll be what we're doing later tonight. That will be at 8 p.m. EST, so in like give or take the 6-ish hours. Well, I guess it's more like 5 hours and 40 minutes if we're being technical. But yeah, I need to rest my voice. Go quiet for a little bit. Have some soup for dinner, you know, whole shebang. Nice, a game that's teaching people the difference between Okami and Okami. Yeah! There's a really cool scene towards the end of the demo, so just wait and see. Oh man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But yeah, we'll probably come back to this, at some point. I don't know if I'm going to stream the rest of it. Maybe I'll play it on my own and I'll, like, post about it on my sub account or something. We'll see what the vibes are. I have so many games that I said yes to for the festival, so I don't know if I'll be able to get back to it during festival time. But I do want to get back and play it. Maybe this will just have to be a stream that we do next week after the festival. But thank you so much for wanting me to play the game. Also, thank you to the lovely dev who hung out in chat whilst I played their game. And of course, thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna set up for raiding on both sides during my ending screen. So if the ending screen goes a little bit longer, that's because I'm setting up to raid. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I will do a big stretch. Ugh. But yeah, if the ending screen goes a bit longer than it usually does, I'm still going to be figuring out who to raid. It takes a little bit longer on Twitch sometimes than it does on YouTube. Oh, posture check. My posture's already good because I just stretched, but I'll take another sip of water too. Woo! But yeah, I will be going on a big vocal rest break. Might get in a nap, we'll see, who knows. But yeah, another stream later. Hopefully my voice will be recharged by then. Yes. But anyways, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone, and until I see you again, Yunotsu!